Hey everyone, Meteorologist Aaron Tuttle back with you again. It's time to continue our severe weather coverage. The storm up in northern Oklahoma has become tornadic. It's the leftover, the one that we talked about a long time ago. It finally got its act together. It just took a long time to do so. So let's take a look here at the radar view. This is in northern Oklahoma, the leading edge of this particular line that's coming into the Hillsdale area right now. So be in your shelters for this particular tornado-warned storm. Probability of a tornado on the algorithm is at 90%, so basically it's a done deal. If you're in Pond Creek, go ahead and be in your shelters. Kremlin, be in your shelters. Jefferson, be in your shelters as well. You can see on the radar view we have a very nice pronounced hook echo, like a strong arm appearance that you'd see on a radar reflectivity product with that. Definitely has a very strong depth to the mesocyclone later and to the TDS, in other words, the tornado vortex signature. Well, we look at the debris ball signature. Do we have just a slight indication of one right now? Let's see here. Otherwise, we do have a very strong velocity couplet. Let's get the latest on the data from that. All right, so inbound and outbound wind speeds, we're looking at around 50 miles per hour on both sides. About 100 miles per hour total shear in this. This will be a smaller tornado for that one to occur. There's a rotation track. Again, this is just northeast at Hillsdale. That has been reported that there was a tornado on the ground at least at one point. Let's see here if I have any other information to pass along. Yeah, tornado on the ground at Keowee and Wheat Ridge near Hillsdale was the last report of that. Okay, so again, that is now to the 2 miles northeast of Hillsdale is where that location is. It's a little rotation track within that. Let me go back here a couple of frames. From there went from that, from nothing to just all of a sudden there it was. So it spun up rather quickly. It was its strongest when it was coming on the south side of Hillsdale on the southeast part, then weakened quite dramatically and still has. So it may have actually lifted at this point in time just because of the structure in the data. Let me go back to see if it did hit anything ground-wise. So yeah, there was a little bit of debris signature here on the southeast side of Hillsdale. So this little spot right here. So there was at least a brief tornado touchdown from this particular thunderstorm. It looks like it may have since lifted though, as far as the structure is concerned. But go ahead and take shelter because it can just, cycle where it just kind of comes up and down sometimes. And you kind of have to watch that radar view by radar view. But right now it's a very strong couplet in the area, so you want to make sure you stay in shelters until it passes you by. So this is a different look than to the thunderstorm that we were tracking earlier. This one had obviously some more ingredients to work with than the other one did. Probability of a tornado still up around 89%. Let's do a path for this one for you in the leading edge. Let's see. So we've got, let's see, move this here. There we go. Pond Creek at about 143, Lamont 204, Deer Creek at 214, Nardin coming in around 220. Again, this is in northern Oklahoma. So this is, Pond Creek was the same area that got hit with the damaging winds earlier, and now you have this tornadic storm coming your direction. Again, probability of a tornado is at 87%. So the movement on this is to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Also has some hail size with it, just a little over golf ball size. This cluster of storms, though, won't be in Oklahoma much longer, so probably about another, let's call it 2 hours. And it should be making its way into southern Kansas at that point in time. But if you do live around the Tonkawa, Lamont, Deer Creek, Blackwell, Brahman area, you might want to just go ahead and just be a heads up in case this storm eventually does get to you. If it moves still more of a right nature, kind of like a hard right mover, it may end up coming into your area, and it may also lift and just kind of dissipate. So there's a lot of things that can happen in the next hour or two. But for right now, we're going to focus on where it is currently, and that is already kind of being more in a disorganized state than what it was just a few moments ago. Tornado vortex signature, though, is still there on the Doppler radar algorithms. So lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. There is some damage in around the Hillsdale area, on the southeast side especially. So there is the couplet right here, which is along East Road 290, and let's see, intersection 2850. So this is going to be about 3 miles west of Highway 81. So this is about northwest, about 8 miles from Kremlin, and northeast of about 5 miles from Hillsdale. Pond Creek, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles to your southwest is where this is located. So kind of again over some open terrain. We can take a look at that as well. So let me zip this down. All right, let me get the location of the circulation. All right, again, it's not tightly wound, and it is currently over just open farmland. All right, it's just open pastures, wheat farms, etc. There's not even a farmhouse currently in its path, which is good news. But also, it looks like, according to radar, that the circulation center has weakened substantially. It could intensify, but for right now, that is not the case for the short order. Let me go back a few frames. I want to see. So it was from the process I talked about earlier whenever we signed off. It just took a little longer to occur, but that transformation was happening, and it did then quickly produce a tornado. Didn't last long. But again, that was on the southeast side of Hillsdale, so if I were to go back here, we'll give you some streets where that particular damage occurred. South Avenue, right on the tip. Let me see here. Let's go to this guy here. Yeah, South Avenue and South Main Street, and there's a farm road 2815. So that's where that particular tornado crossed over. So the couplet is still there. It's in this little spot right here, but it's very, very weak. Again, this is in northern Oklahoma. So if you're in Pond Creek, go ahead and stay in your shelters. Time of arrival, let's see, about 1:43, so you're in about 10 minutes. Jefferson, 1:48. Deer Creek, 2:14. Nardin at 2:20. This is a tornadic thunderstorm that has had a history of at least producing a brief tornado touchdown with a little bit of damage. I'll show you the intensity of the storm, of the circulation. So let's go back to Hillsdale. So focus your attention here, okay? And I want you to see how that couplet has differed in its intensity. So let's do this. All right, the radar had some trouble there with some corrupt data, unfortunately, right about that time. But you can see circulation here, and when we go back just a couple of frames, it was stronger in this area here. Let's see. So right now, it still has gate to gate. So there's probably a very small tornado within this. The wind speeds estimating up around 28, 44, like so. Any of zero tornado basically is what that wind speed would be. Now let's see here. Is there any other storms? Let's take a look besides that one. Let's see. That's the only one right now that has a tornado warning on it, looks like. Let me take a look. Yeah. Okay. So I know that in the chat section, a lot of times you guys will say, what about my house? What's going on here? If I don't cover your house or don't cover your area, it means nothing's happening. If you do have a storm and I'm not covering your area, it means your storm is not tornadic. So I spent a lot of time and effort on the tornadic thunderstorms. When I do not have a tornadic thunderstorm, we can look at the hail and wind type components, and we'll focus more on the damaging wind areas. The Weather Service is going to go ahead and keep the tornado warning there, even though the detection signature is no longer there, but it still has a cyclonic convergence zone. Let me see here. So I'm going to estimate the wind speeds at this time when that tornado briefly did touch down. Let's see here. So at that point in time, it was a very strong EF1 tornado based off of the velocity. The rotation 62 knots combined, and max height only 1,000 feet at that point. Yeah, 900 feet. What do we say? 60 knots. So that's going to be well within the EF1, possibly brief EF2. Looking at the wind speed, just estimating by radar at that time. All right, let's go back here, get the new updated position. So that circulation continues to fall apart and also get rain wrapped, and it's located back within the storm system itself. So it's behind this red and green area where this little yellow track starts, which means it's pretty much been consumed by the thunderstorm. So the tornado warning will continue even though that initial threat is gone. But if you're in Pond Creek, just go ahead and stay in your shelter. Since I said it's knocking on your door anyway. Let's see. Let's see. The probability of a tornado is down to 78%, and I think it just takes a little time for the algorithms to ramp down as the storm kind of slowly ramps down. It's a lag effect. I'm going to go back when this thing first started so we can watch how the algorithm did in this environment. 44%. Okay, it went from 35% to 44% to 62%. To 80%. So every step in the radar data, the algorithm jumped by category higher and higher. Then we had the tornado actually touch down. The algorithm peaked out at 85% to 90%. And then held at 90. So then it quickly fell 80 to 85 to 78 to now 78. So it's interesting. Again, this is kind of an experimental thing, so you kind of sometimes have to learn how to utilize it the best way. So it looks like it steps up and ramps pretty dramatically upon tornado genesis, and then once it does happen and the tornado falls apart, there's a very long lag for those numbers to come back down. Because obviously it's still quite high and there's not a tornado right now. All right, so I am hearing thunder here in my backyard. So we have some storms in the metro. So now that that tornado's gone, I'm going to zip back down. We'll see what's happening here in Oklahoma City. Now, of course, this will not be tornadic. This is just one of what's going to be many thunderstorms that develop throughout the course of the afternoon. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4 little cells that have popped up here across town. Little additional cells all the way down I-35 here to Blanchard, Cole, Alex. So the trend has continued as these cells begin to emerge now. So I told you I could give you to about 2 o'clock, and that was about all I could promise, and even that was kind of questionable, and we didn't quite make it. It's 1:40. Came close. But now from this point forward, looks like we'll just have this chain and trail and train, I guess you can say all those words, of thunderstorms that will continue to work over the same area. Now this pink area that you do see and covers Oklahoma City and points north and west. So this is a new tornado watch that has been issued here across the state. Let's take a look at that information. Okay, this is a high-end tornado watch. This is what we call a PDS. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. In the wording on this, we have tornadoes likelihood high, EF2 tornadoes high, severe wind high, 65 mile per hour winds high, severe hail, and 2-inch size hail, all in the high category. So in the wording through 8 o'clock, several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes, likely to, widespread large hail and scattered very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter are likely, along with widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 75 miles per hour, also likely. So again, hail, wind, and tornadoes. Intense thunderstorms are expected to develop this afternoon along and east of a dry line over western Oklahoma and northwest Texas. Supercells are expected, capable of very large hail and damaging winds. The most intense cells may also produce strong or potentially long-track tornadoes. The tornado watch area is approximately long and 70 statute miles east and west of a line from, basically it's in western Oklahoma. All right, and tornado watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. Persons in this area will obviously be on the lookout for threatening weather conditions and listen for later statements and warnings. So that is the latest on the watch. The mid-level or the mesoscale discussion. Let's see. Near-term severe threat appears to be bimodal with discrete supercells from northeast or northwest Texas into southwest Oklahoma, and then separately in north central Oklahoma with supercells embedded within a slow-moving cluster. A trio of discrete supercells are ongoing across parts of northwest Texas into far southwest Oklahoma, just ahead of the pronounced dry line. The relatively most favorable thermodynamic environment is just ahead of these cells. Large hail will be the primary initial threat, but as they mature, a tornado threat will increase as shear is conducive. Long-lived cluster with embedded supercell structures has gradually progressed northeastward over northwest into north central Oklahoma. This has left a substantial cold pool in its wake, with surface temperatures in the upper 50s and 60s, minimizing the severe threat to the northwest in the near term. Given this cluster lining nearly parallel to the deep layer shear vector, the primary severe threat will likely be confined along the immediate leading edge of this cluster within a small-scale Boeing structures approaching the I-35 corridor. Okay, that was the latest from the Storm Prediction Center, updating on the 2 clusters that were talked about. So up here, what they meant is all the storms here across the northwestern parts of the state has cooled down the environment out here in that area for Woodward, Alva. They're now here into the low 60s as far as temperatures go, which means that kind of east of the environment toward I-35 is where these particular clusters of thunderstorms will be their strongest. Probably have a trend on that initial storm that we tracked when we started the broadcast. nothing has changed in its orientation, so nothing new on the tornadic side. However, looks like we're getting a little bit of a damaging wind deal here, this little area in pink. This is just on the north end of Kremlin, so probably part of that RFD coming down to the surface. Let's see here. Let's go to the other one, and then we can query the winds for you. All right, up around 50 to 60 miles per hour in this little area. We'll see if it grows or not in intensity. Little wind here. It's just south of Tacoma, up around 50 to 65. So again, these storms up here right now are the wind makers, along with some hail, pockets of hail. Nothing tornadic at this point in time. Some new storms down here, Fairmont, Douglas, that have popped up. So they're going to head north, and it looks like they're going to merge with this cluster up across the Pond Creek area. So we'll see what happens on development with that. It's going to be a messy afternoon with a lot of cell mergers, where there are just a lot of little individual cells like this. It looks like we've got activity all the way down to southwest Oklahoma. Okay, so the northern storms right now are the ones to watch as far as the strength and intensity. And then we're going to have just pretty much any storm will have the potential to become severe and then tornadic. And so there's going to be a lot of just moving around everywhere and just hopping around from one storm to another. All right, here in Enid, what does this look like? Okay, so you see this little guy in Enid? See how he has this little hook on it? So the algorithms have picked up on it for potential tornadic development. All right. Let's see. Now, what probably will preclude that, and this is going to be a guess for right now, because the storm relative flow is like this, all right? And with this storm kind of moving in, so this is an entire cold pool feeding in to what would be a hook echo development. So it should negate tornadogenesis. That's what it should happen, so we'll see. The storm up here, though, again, they have an easterly flow that's fine. It has nice unstable air into it. So as these two merge, we'll see what happens. But right now, it's just got, like I said, a pocket of wind just in the southeast of Palm Creek. Looks like up around 60 miles per hour. Nothing tornadic yet in the data. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back into the metro. So we're going to have to bounce around, it looks like. Let me launch another browser here. Okay. So if you notice, a lot of these storms are going up with these little notches on them. So that's indicative that the rotation here in the environment has improved, and that as these storms develop, they develop basically going up rotating. So you need the rotating column of the thunderstorm to structure it to where you can actually get to the point of producing a tornado. It doesn't happen immediately. It takes a while. From a brand new storm to the time that can actually happen, a lot of times it's about 30 minutes. It takes a lot because remember, you're going from nothing to something. And even in volatile environments, it still takes a good chunk of time to get a storm to mature to that level. So here in the metro, in other words, nothing here immediate threat as far as tornadoes are concerned. These storms are not mature to that level. But as they do mature, they'll move here into northern and north central Oklahoma. So we'll have to watch those. And then we'll watch for additional cells, like down here to the south, like this guy here, in Lawton. And other cells here in southwest Oklahoma. Let's go down here. So this guy up here in Altus, just a nice strong thunderstorm. See, it's got a little hook echo starting to develop on it. The one over here in Lawton, the Sabian has it, like a little hook echo on that one, a little hook echo on that one. So we're going to have to deal, we're just going to be following a lot of hook echoes today. Now, I will tell you this, just because you see a hook echo on radar does not guarantee a tornado. There are a lot of hook echoes that do not produce tornado. That is usually the first indicator, though, to get the tornado, but doesn't always lead to that. So even though we'll have a lot of hook echoes today, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll get a tornado out of it. Now, this particular day, we have conditions that are a lot more favorable for that to occur. So it may end up, this might be an outlier day where almost every hook echo has a tornado. But in practical sense, that usually doesn't occur. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to bounce around all over the place. It's going to be difficult, I know. Basically, I will call out your town and city, wherever the storm is located. You need to know, obviously, what county you live in. You need to know about what city or town you live in, or at least which one's next to you. Major highways you're close to, that kind of deal. Anything where you can, get your bearings. Let's take a look at the shear here in Oklahoma City. So we do kind of go up with a little turning. So there's not a whole lot of turning here in Oklahoma City as far as the radar is concerned. Let's take a look down here in Frederick. Where am I? All right, let me do that one first. Okay. All right. I have so many windows open for radar. Try these guys out. Each one of these gives me different data. All right, in Frederick, Oklahoma, southwest Oklahoma, that is. Shear's turning a little bit better. So there's a slightly little better shear down there as far as directional shear, not by much, here in southwest Oklahoma than central. Just as far as directional turning. Speed shear, of course, is adequate in there. All right, so that's the latest look there. Again, here in Oklahoma City. So we're going to be kind of bouncing around. This particular person says they're developing wall cloud from that storm that moved through a few minutes ago on the northwest side of town. Looking out toward Piedmont, but there's nothing circulation-wise with that. All right, so I'm going to have Frederick. I need one more. We'll put this in Vance. Okay. All right, that one in Garfield near Fairmont has a little wall cloud, looks like a reported from a storm spotter in the area. Coming into Breckenridge, again, whether it produces a tornado or not, we'll see. Like I said, it's ingesting a little colder air, a little more stable air from these other storms in the alignment. So we'll see how that tries to temper it. Okay, so I got those three there. Let's high res this one. So if you're just kind of tuning in or somebody just shared you the feed, basically we're under a particularly dangerous situation with a tornado watch in effect over all of central, northern, western Oklahoma for these storms that are developing now. The cap was very, very weak today, and looks like it has finally broken to allow these thunderstorms to start to develop. We had some new cells kind of moving in through the metro area. There was a wall cloud supposedly spotted from someone out in the area that reported it, but when you look at the actual radar reflectivity, there's no immediate threat of a tornado with it. It just does have that little appendage, which is going to be common. I think we're going to see a lot of that today. There's some other storms here on the south side of the metro as well, down around Moore. Same idea, nothing tornadic with these. They might be a little loud from the lightning and the heavy rain, but that's about it. Now as we go through time, they're going to intensify and strengthen and could become tornadic, but not in the short term for right now. Okay, so let's go back to, let's see, we got Vance. Let's go up here to this guy, another quick peek at the Medford area. A little circulation center on the leading edge. Actually, that's back in the core. Probability of tornadoes at 47%. Just basically right now, just a windstorm at this point. All right, let's go back down here to the Breckenridge. So again, has a nice little hook echo on it, well-defined wall cloud, according to the storm chaser on it. Has an inflow of 75 degrees, southeast wind at 64. So that is probably what has allowed it to mature to this point. Probability of a tornado is at 33%. So this does have unstable air currently feeding into the storm. However, the storm relative inflow is kind of coming in this direction. So any storm that can align itself where this vector can carry the cooler rain air should have a tendency to weaken the mesocyclone area because it needs warm, moist, unstable air. So we'll see how much that is a factor today. You know, it could be where if we're so saturated the lower levels that it may not matter so much. You know, if, in other words, if it's a difference between 73 and 72 or 71 degrees, it doesn't really matter. Then it may not make that much of an influence, but we'll see. So we'll check it and watch it. That's the only storm right now in northern Oklahoma to keep an eye on in the short term. But if you are in the Breckenridge area, this particular thunderstorm, you know, even though it has a hook, rotation-wise, almost non-existent. So we'll see. We'll see how that one evolves. Let's see. Let's go back southwest Oklahoma. This one at one point had a decent hook on it, looks like, and it's kind of lifted. So that's not doing much there. Okay, what about the one in Lawton? Not doing much there. So still early. Looks like these storms are still struggling. Down here in in northwest Texas. This one here is probably will go tornadic around Benjamin. It's got a little couplet with it, not strong, but Truscott, and then heading over the border here within about an hour. So that one may become tornadic, or actually maybe a couple of hours. That's got a ways to go. All right, so we'll keep an eye on those. Just go back to Oklahoma City. Again, nothing to this Piedmont deal or any of that cluster to the north. Down here in the metro on the south and east side, same thing. These are just thunderstorms. There's no threat of tornadic activity. Hail sizes are pretty small. These are still baby thunderstorms. So this is looking to my north, just to look at kind of like the lowerings to see how the cloud bases look. That's looking west and southwest. Alright, so this would be the area that we would be focused on up toward the Piedmont location. Otherwise, there to the north, northeast for Edmond. There's a little bit of a bowl there, but it's very high based. So nothing there that's too ominous. Alright, so we're just kind of just watching like a little bit of a high base thunderstorm complex moving through the metro. You know, every time I use that weather cam, it's usually for the nice weather, right? We don't get to use it oftentimes for thunderstorms. Alright, yeah, these are fine. There's no threat to any of this stuff. So you can breathe easy here in the metro. Alright, let's go back up to northern Oklahoma. Alright, so this guy up here, probability of tornadoes at 28%. The hook is collapsing in upon itself. Never got any decent rotation with it. So maybe my hypothesis was correct. Alright, let's go to the northern guy. Still a little notch here around Deer Creek and another one around Renfro. So you might see some lowerings along those leading edge of the line. Almost like maybe a QLCS type setup, which is a quasi-linear convective tornado. There are little spin-ups that form on the, like little eddies that form on the outside and then get pulled up into an updraft and spin up a brief tornado. So we might have two of those trying to form, Deer Creek and Renfro. You're not under a tornado warning, just so you know, but that's what the radar data suggests. Probability of a tornado is at 33%. And you probably won't even be able to see them, honestly. These are embedded in the rain. Yeah, these are way back in the rain. I'm going to split the screen. And let's see, movement on this. We'll do this one. All right, so Deer Creek and Renfro. So let's get you some streets. Oh, by the way, this one way down here in Texas, they did put a tornado warning on it due to that couple I showed you earlier. So that one's moving kind of more east, so it may not even come in Oklahoma for quite a while, if at all. All right, let's go back up here. Probability of a tornado is at 34%. All right, this little convergence axis, it's weak. 30 County Road 3040. So this is from Deer Creek about 1, 2, 3 miles to your west, southwest. And then this one right here, right along Highway 81 and East Road 80. That's the other one. What town was that? Renfro, that's what it was. All right, let's go to this guy. Okay. All right, that would be also known as Latimer Road, Kiowa Road, and North 3000. That's where that little circulation is. All right, and the other one, right over here, Deer Creek. All right, that's going to be County Road 1050 and Haskell Road. So those are just two little indents where you might get a little QLCS tornado. It's a baby tornado, like an EF0 type strength, small, weak. So we're going to be here a while. You're welcome to come and go. I'll still be here, I have a feeling. All right, Deer Creek, that little circulation is passing to your left, your west. County Road 1060 and 11. We come up here to the Renfro area. It's basically right on top of you at this point. So again, these aren't tornado warnings. These are little eddies within the line of storms, which could produce a little brief spin up, weak. But that's really the only thing in this line as far as anything that could be potentially tornadic. Wind speeds. Let's see here. They're still kind of behaving. Let's go 55 miles per hour there. 40 to 50. There's a 58. Back out here, these other storms. Let's see the winds here. Also, looks like 40, 50. There's some, I think I saw a 60 in there. Close to 60, 58. So a severe thunderstorm warning basically is 58 mile per hour winds. So those are just kind of on the borderline of being severe. Hail size, however, is probably a little bigger than that. So hail size here in this particular storm, that's a big one, is 2 inches in diameter for this cluster up around the Fairview area. Inch and 3/4, that's golf ball size. All right, so these are hail makers up here in northern Oklahoma, Cherokee. A little bit of hail with that one, a little bit of wind. And this one has about golf ball size hail, close to that, and little packets of wind with it. This one here still has that hook echo that's trying. A little bit of hail with it. However, I believe it never did get any rotation with it. Nope, still didn't. Yeah, very, very weak, if any. Probability of a tornado is only 22%. Okay. Let's see. All right, that covers northwest Oklahoma. Let's go back down to southwest. All right, we had the Lawton storm. This thing fall apart? Sure did. Interesting. What's that temperature? 75 degrees. Huh. All right. Well, that tells me then that we still have pockets of sin, aka a cap, is still holding in some areas because that storm did not get to get rooted. I can do a meso-analysis of that. Let me see. Meanwhile, on Blair, the storm's got big hail, 2 inches in diameter. Pockets of wind, a little disorganized. Nothing tornadic. All right, so I got a break. Let's do something here. Let's turn this off. Let's see, meso. Surface-based sin. So surface-based sin doesn't have any. 90 millibars. Still doesn't have any. Thinks the whole area doesn't have a cap. All right. Well, then what made that storm die? May never know. All right. Let me go look at that. I'm going to restart that anyways. Let's see here. Norman was supposed to launch a balloon sounding. They did not. At least it hasn't come in yet. Oh, they're going to do it at 2 o'clock. That's right. Okay. Let's see. 80, 51. So cap's pretty much gone in southwest Kansas. Okay. So we don't have really strong cap anywhere around the area. All right. We'll see what the... I'll wait anxiously for the 2 o'clock sounding to finish, to see how the cap looks here in Oklahoma City. Because those storms are elevated that came through here. They're a little high based, and that lot wind fell apart. So regardless what the short-term meta-analysis said and the model said, I still think there's a little bit of a cap left for that to occur. Now, maybe eroding minute by minute, hour by hour, but regardless, that's what that tells me. Okay, let's see. So we have the winds here, the vectors. You see them out of the southeast, all in this area. So you don't want a southeast wind typically for tornadogenesis, because that helps that process. So anytime you can get more of a south or southwest component, that helps to eliminate that potential. But unfortunately, we have a favorable surface environment for that. Plus we have dew point values into the upper 60s, it looks like, feeding in. Temperatures here all into the 70s, and there's a few 80s sneaking in. So overall, we do have broad unstable lift coming in to the environment. Let me look at the... So there's our moisture lift source all the way down here to the southwest. So as long as in the satellite view you continue to see clouds building up here, that means you have massive amounts of lift in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere that's coming in right up this direction to trigger more showers and storms. That's all because of this surface, or upper level low, is still swinging through. So until the low clears, you'll have that path to deal with. Let's see. So that's good. All right, let me do the probability. If we do get any tornadoes at this point, the probability of a small one, E of 0 or 1, is varying anywhere from 30 to 40 to 20%. Probability of a stronger tornado, E of 2, very low. Right now, the single digits. The exception up here right around the border of Kansas, and maybe down here in Texas, 10% at that. So these numbers should come up today to indicate a better, greater likelihood of a stronger tornado. But right now, they're still on the weaker side. As far as the models like them, they cluster to the north, out here to the west and southwest. We've got a few of these we can look at. Again, north, west, southwest. There's some here. So they kind of favor the entire region, right? But they, right now, currently, they like these two as sweet spots. And they're trying to signal something developing here over central Oklahoma. Oh, I wanted to go back to that satellite. That's what I wanted to do. May not be able to see much with this, but we'll see. Okay. This is the visible satellite view. Oh, look at these just gravity wave indications. That's just extreme instability. So much instability. Sorry, sometimes I have to think. All right. Check a couple things, and then we'll go back to radar view. Dallas, cap still holding, but is weaker than what it was this morning. Tulsa, you just about lost your cap as well. All you need now is a little trigger to get something to go up. Oh, okay, good. The sounding has completed. Let's see if it's showing here. Not yet. Hold on, I gotta look at it over here. Oh, we just broke it. All right. Okay, so bottom line is we just broke the cap here in Oklahoma City by literally that much, just by a hair. So which means any storm that goes up, if it can get rooted, which it shouldn't have a problem doing so, there'll be some factors that'll block it, like if it's a cold pool or something from another storm that kind of messes up its immediate environment, then it won't produce the tornado. But otherwise, we've got really good share on that sounding for tornado genesis. And something we'll have to deal with. Okay, got this thing set back up. All right, so it's not often we get like a massive outbreak here of severe tornadic storms here in Oklahoma. We usually don't have that kind of a setup. It's very rare when we do. This is one of those weird deals where we seem to have a pretty good setup for that. But even so, if you've noticed, I mean, this thing started in the morning. We still don't have any tornadoes out there right now. Storms are still, struggling to get going. I still think they will, and then once they do, I think it's just going to be one tornadic storm after another that we'll cover. We're just in that lull for right now. Okay, by the way, these numbers on the map are dew point values. See all their 60s and 70s. So tornadoes like to have dew point values in the 60s and 70s. Where you see them drop off where it's 57, that's because that's from a storm interaction that caused some subsidence behind it, which is a drying process that reaches down the surface. Also, you can cool down temperatures, and that'll do it as well. So there's 50s out here in northwest Oklahoma. So that's kind of a stabilizing thing. It may be temporary, it could be transient, but regardless. If I look at temperatures themselves, so we're hot out here now in south or northwest Oklahoma, but again, those dew point values are low. That's probably close to the dry line out here at Shattuck. Let's see. 73 degrees, 77 over here. So what you really want for storms to kind of stay healthy, to keep your temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Obviously, if you can get to the 80s, even better, but I think that'll be hard to do. There's so much cloud cover out there today. But it seems that low mid 70s are enough to get things kicked off. These storms are coming into an environment where you do have some low 80s, a little patch of extra instability around here. And that's probably why that cap strength in Tulsa, when I looked at that, I was going to say the the observations from the flights from the airport showing that the cap had pretty much eroded, probably because they're at their convective temperature of 82 degrees or 83, so they're very close, or right on the door. All right, so let's see, northern Oklahoma. Let's see what happens. This little Billings guy. It looks like we've had some cell mergers, and this is the southern end, which now has an unimpeded flow to take advantage of an easterly storm relative motion wind field, which should mean that this little hook echo should do something. Let's see if there's any rotation with it, and there is. All right, so Billings, you probably have a wall cloud on top of you. If I were you, I'd probably be in my shelters. There's not an official tornado warning yet, but that is a situation that could change pretty quickly. Just to play it safe, and it'll be out away from you here in just a few minutes anyways. Let's go to my other radar. Let's interrogate this thing a little bit more. All right, so this is our inflow, and this is the outflow. Okay, so I have a split screen. This is the inflow and outflow. So you get your tornado generation right about in this area. So got a new scan in. Let's see what happened. A little collapsing of the hook. So it didn't do it on that round. We'll see what happens. Those little QLCS indentions, those kind of all faded and went away up north. Probability of a tornado is at 31% for this one. Let's see. So there's a mesoscale discussion. I should go read that one. It's for Northeast Oklahoma. While we're in a lull here, let's go take a quick peek. Okay. Severe storms at north central Oklahoma, south central Kansas spread east. Additional tornado watch will likely be needed. Air mass ahead of severe storms in south central Kansas and north central Oklahoma continues to destabilize as surface temps have warmed in the upper 70s to low 80s across most of eastern Oklahoma into far southeast Kansas. While low-level shear within this part of the warm, moist sector is relatively modest per bad wind profile data. It will strengthen based on upstream data from central Oklahoma. A mix of discrete and semi-discrete supercells occasionally embedded within clusters should spread east-northeast through the late afternoon. As this occurs, all severe hazards will be possible, some of which may be significant. All right, that's for you guys up there in the Tulsa area and points west toward the I-35 corridor here in Oklahoma City. Basically outlining the fact that they are going to have to, at some point here soon, matter of fact, I think this is old. Let's refresh that. There we go. They're going to have to extend or at least add in a new tornado watch to cover this area here within the next hour as they're watching these conditions change. So don't be surprised to be underneath a tornado watch here soon if you live in the Tulsa area and points north and west from there. So, you know, maybe a deal we got most of the state in yellow here for a tornado watch and only the southeast not seeing one until later this evening. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'm good with that. Let's see here. There's a little wind coming to southwest of Blackwell, 1, 2, 3, 4 miles to your southwest. Estimates up around 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour in this area. let's see, that is going to be over 92nd Street and Coleman Road. And you see expanding now. See this little pink area getting bigger? She'll have some damaging winds. It's about a 5-mile stretch coming in to the west side of Blackwell. I can't remember if it's Bremen or Brahman, honestly. So my apologies. I used to say that town name 1,000 times back in my younger days. Lost that brain cell. So I'll say Bremen just because, I don't know, I think I said Brahman earlier. But regardless, there's a circulation center just southwest of you, 1, 2, 3 miles southwest of town. So this could be a development of a little QLCS, a little mini tornado. Let's see, the one south of there, Billings. Anything happen with that? It just fell apart, didn't it? Okay. New data in. So this one's still going strong on the wind speeds, up around 60 plus miles per hour. Again, this is a inbound wind of 21, outbound of 27. So it's a very low wind shear here. However, it is a developing couplet. And that's going to be quickly moving here into Kansas soon. So where was that tail end of that hook? Oh, it's gone. Vaporized. That's some big hail, though. This little wide area, 70 dBz. That indicates 2-inch diameter hail. All right, let's go back south into the metro. We have these little line of thunderstorms here from I-35 corridor from Perry to Orlando, Mulhall, Guthrie, Arcadia. Let's switch here. Radar sources. We'll take a closer look at these. All right, this is a little guy over Edmond. Again, nothing to him. A little bitty baby hook for Guthrie. So nothing to these yet. I still think these are a little elevated. This one probably has the best chance to get organized. And I would say we get organized, kind of move in this fashion and then turn to the right toward Perkins and Cushing in this path, because I think it'll go tornadic. That's my prediction. We'll see. Let's go find out what AI says. That data is in. By the way, did these guys ever get updated? Oh, they are running today. Or they were. All right, so that's the university radar down in Norman. Looks like they're going to put it online. Probably do some case study with it. So if that data comes online, it's just another radar for me to use. Okay, so let's go to the, like I said, the worn-on forecasts for AI. Let's see. Now they have not updated this. I wonder if they're having some problems with their servers. This isn't going to be helpful. Let's see. Matter of fact, their servers are taking such a hit, they won't even load the page. Let's find out here in a minute. Okay. Nope, it is not loading. So the data I had earlier was from those storms up there to the north. Now it's old stuff. All right, well, I'll wait for that one to come back. All right. Okay, we'll look at the storms again in southwest Oklahoma and north. So nothing going on in the metro right now. A little quiet. So southwest Oklahoma, let's go here first. Okay, let's go up around Hobart. Little wind, little hail, standard stuff. Has a little bit of rotation on the north side. We're getting a lot of these north end mid-level stuff. So they're not true supercellular. They're kind of a hybrid storm. That's good because as long as it's in that configuration, you struggle to get a tornado out of it. This is what happens. You get a lot more pockets of wind with it though, but so I'm good with that. Again, that's near Altus. Okay, what else we got? Down here in Texas. Tornado warned storm here around Truscott. That looks like that's kind of falling apart. And there's a new one in the Rochester trying to take its place. So those storms down there. And that's it. There should be some other ones going up soon. All right. It's a little uneventful, which is fine. Let's go up to northwest Oklahoma. Am I on this one? Where am I? This one. Okay. This guy's got some pretty good wind with it from O'Keene to Cherokee. It's a long line of wind. It triggered the tornado algorithm, though, ironically. I'm starting to see a trend here for today with these algorithms. It really likes damaging wind. It picks up on those. These little pink area, Ringwood, etc. It's around 50 to 60 miles per hour on that deal. Let's see, that's storm relative. What about straight? Yeah. We got down here at the bottom. Anything? Might be some development down here. We'll see. Keep an eye on that one. All right, let's go up to the other one. So Bremen and Blackwell, a little bit of wind here and there. What happened to that little weak circulation center? Right. Did it ever do anything? Nope, split. All right. And then down the south, nothing. So just some wind here and some hail and some rain. Okay. Those ones south of there, Mulhall, Perry, Guthrie, no big deal there. All right. Switch back to this one here for Oklahoma City. Nothing there yet either. All right. All right, there. Just cleared all 100 notifications. I got work to do. I get time for all that. Let's close all that off. All right. Okay. All right, so this is, I'm going to be honest with you, this is where things, there's a lull, okay? There's a lot of buildup, there's a lot of promises, and things are not currently going in that direction. Meaning, yeah, we have some typical storms out there, and yes, some of those are strong, some of those are severe, but they're standard. We get that a lot this time of year, you know, hail and wind, and but that's not obviously what you've been concerned about. You've been concerned about for tornadoes for a whole week. They're not currently happening, so you know, there's going to be a lot of pictures and video of just clouds and radar because it's gap fillers. So right now we're in the quote gap filling process. In other words, we're in the waiting for something to happen part of the game. So you just sit here and you watch things, and then you tap dance. If you're on TV, it's you know, that's why they do so many round robin things of just showing you scary looking clouds that absolutely mean nothing, and they use terminology that's not really true or accurate because they got to stretch, right? You can't say nothing happening here back to you. You got to make something up. So we're in that path right now of storm coverage, and a lot of times I would sign off and then come back on. It looks like when there's actually going to be tornadoes, and I may do that. We'll see. But that's where we're at. And then there's nothing here in the metro. There's nothing south currently. Let's see. Is that one here? Yeah, brand new little shower here just popped up. We'll get more. It's still early. It's only 2:30. So as far as the weather models are concerned, again, they say as we go later in the day into the evening is when things get better. So it's kind of like an early point to that, right? So I will probably sign off to actually give myself just a little bit of a break. You kind of already know the deal, what's out there currently. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like a little tornado here. Peckham. All right, it came out of nowhere. Well, it's probably the QLCS ones. All right, so it's not a tornado warning, but you need to be in your shelter. This is over West Canteen Road and North T Street. This is 2 miles south of Peckham. This is probably an EF0 tornado. So there you go. Tornado warning just issued from the National Weather Service. So be in your shelters for that one. Let me give you a time of arrival. See how quickly that happened? That's crazy. So there you go. The Newkirk, about 5 minutes. Then you have Granola and Cedar Vale. All right, so all of those will be in the path of this particular QLCS type tornado that has developed just west of Newkirk. Let me see. Let me switch radars. Which one would be better to get that one? We'll try this one. So this little area, West Dry Road and North T Street. This is very weak though. So again, be in your shelters, lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows, even though it's a small, weak tornado at this point. The tornado warning goes until, let's see here, 3:15. Storm motion for the movement of the storm is east at 49 miles per hour, inch and a quarter size hail. Alright, so this again is the only storm that has anything tornadic in it right now. Probability at 38%. That's a pretty low probability considering what we've seen before. And it's kind of broadened, honestly. In other words, it's no longer really gate to gate at the strength that it was. It's kind of expanded outward. So it's probably at that point weakened. Let's go back a couple frames. Yeah. So it just so happened it went from there to there, right? Now, still, you wouldn't put a tornado warning on that yet. You're looking at it going, okay, it's getting suspicious. And then here, you go, oh, okay, I have a gate to gate from here, this point to this point. You're like, wait a minute. And then, so you're going, okay, I better start thinking about a tornado warning. And you go the next frame up, you're like, oh, yeah, there was one. And the warning is issued. And then it kind of just dissipates. So there you go, kind of broadened out. So it's no longer within a 1 mile, it's stretched out to over 3 miles. So that looks like it's probably just a little QLCS tornado, very small one. Didn't last long, probably just a couple minutes at most. It may have not lasted that long. It was very, very weak on radar. So that one's done. However, stay in your shelters in Newkirk in case another one forms or something else changes. But for right now, it's broadened out and likely just completely lifted. I'm not sure if it'd be visible anyway. It's back into the rain. You might see it. Let's see here. Which radar is closer? Still that one. 46 miles. Yeah. You guys in Kansas, you do have some thunderstorms, but they're non-tornadic at this time. Let me check this one again real quick. Remember there was something goofy going on here on the southern edge. There's a lot of inflow coming in that's getting pulled in these little areas embedded on the south end. Still linearly oriented though, so not overly concerned. Let's go back up here. How's this guy doing? So the broad circulation is still there. Let's see. It may try to retighten up one here, just northwest of this little triangle. So it looks like it'll pass to the north and west of Newkirk by about a mile, mile and a half. We'll see if it reforms. So this is northern Oklahoma, it's K County. This is where we have our current active tornado warned storm. It'll be Newkirk here in just a couple of minutes. On the north side of town. Be in your shelters. Alright, new data came in. It's still struggling. It's just a broad area of rotation. It's not a tight couplet, so the odds of it being an actual tornado is pretty low. And if it was, it'd be probably an E of 0. Again, this is passing north and west of Newkirk, probably be about on the mile on the outside of town. unless it just decided to take a hard right turn, which means it would be a bigger, stronger tornado in that case. All right, let me drop back down to Oklahoma City real quick for the one that moved out of Edmond and Lake Arcadia. Now we just didn't get its act together. I really thought I had the best chance of all of those, and it didn't do it. So it's still elevated. It's good. It's fine by me. All right. I wanted to do... Oh, good. Now they got it up and running. Nope. No, they're still having trouble. I think their server just went down. That's too bad. It's very helpful during these events. I hope they're working to get it up. All right, let me go here. All right, this is the sounding I wanted to see from earlier. All right, EF2/3 strength, and the indicators. SIG hail is only 1.2. Honestly, that's not that big a hail. That's not going to get you 3 inches in diameter. That's going to keep you under 2 inches. That's basically keeping your own golf ball or smaller. Let's see. Cape Valley's only up around 1,500, 2,000. There is no cap at all. Let's see the SIN, how it says 0, -1, 0, 0. Basically means there's no cap. If you track here the plot from the temperature and the humidity, the green dew point, and you follow it up, you right here, we just missed it by a hair. In other words, we're just outside of this little red part of the triangle, which means we are free to convect all the way up in the atmosphere. Oh, it didn't finish. They had some error up here, probably because it had lightning, those little storms developed nearby, and it probably messed up the radio sonde, and they didn't get the full suite of data. Because it looks like it actually did launch into a thunderstorm at some point. So this is not going to be very useful over the overall environment beyond just looking at the surface and where the cap strength was. So that's fine. So these other numbers won't really matter so much. Anyway, but yeah, so there you go. So we are supposedly free to convect, which means we should be able to get storms rooted in the boundary layer and go from there. All right, let's go back up here to northern Oklahoma. So remember Newkirk, you guys have been in your shelters hopefully this whole time. So rotation within this has shifted to the north and west, has pivoted a little bit. Let's see. So the what's left of the tornadic circulation would be North Waverly Road and West Fork Road, just north of there. That's 1, 2, 3 miles northwest of Newkirk, so it kind of rotated back northwest a little bit. Got some wind in Newkirk though, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Let's see, that's it there. Alright, so back on this one, let's do a track. Looks like it's updated its positioning a little bit. So let's go to this map here. Let's see, this also expires at 3:15, moving northeast at 45. Dexter coming in around 3:24, Cambridge coming in around 3:36 for this area of the tornado warning storm. So these storm tracks, if you've noticed, these are going mostly to the north. Slight drift to the northeast. Whereas these are kind of going more northeast, right? So that tells me that these are still a little elevated. They're not rooted. If they did, they would have more of a northeastward component. All right. There's a little rotation on this one. Rain wrap near Gouda Springs, about 10 miles northwest of there. It's very weak. It would be a little weak potential tornado there. That's over East 60th Street and Webb Road. No official tornado warning on it, but radar does indicate there's a little spinach there. All right, let's go back down here. Again, you guys in Newkirk, that circulation center has passed you to the north. However, you still have some wind around town. TBS, about 5,000 feet. So something interesting is going on here. I want to make sure it wasn't bad data, and it's not. So we have a ramp up here of significant wind strength north of Newkirk, 1, 2, 3, 4 miles. This might be developing into a large tornado. The problem is you get corrupted data. There we go. Newsstand came in. Okay. Yeah, looks like that's what's happening here. Yeah, that's a problem. I don't know what it interacted with to do that, but it did spin up quite significantly. So this tornado will be over Gate Road, East Gate Road, and North Pecan Road, just east of Highway 77. So this would probably be a significant rain-wrapped tornado at this point. Yeah, it has a definite debris ball embedded within the center structure, and it has expanded quite a bit. So what happened was it got itself rain wrapped in. This is the outer edge of the mesocyclone, and then it kind of wrapped itself back in here. So it's going to be rain wrapped. You can't see it. So if you're viewing it from this area, looking through, all you're going to see is just rain, darkness and rain. So it's embedded back within this, and it's quite significant, it looks like. Oh yeah, so there's the rotation product. So it's quite substantial there for about 2 frames. That frame is crossed over the highway out of Newkirk, and the next frame over. And then now the new frame, it's dissipated. So what's left of it, North Lacan Road and East Home Road. So that was interesting. So we've seen, so you have to kind of learn each environment as we go to see how much lead time you're going to have when something happens. Because there for a while, remember we were sitting around waiting for something to happen, and all of a sudden, bam, it did. And then it kind of weakened, and then it didn't do much. And all of a sudden, bam, it ramped up really quick, and then now it weakened again and didn't do much. So it seems we're in this cat and mouse game where it goes from innocuous to, oh, okay, you gonna do that, huh? And then back to being calm again. So it just means that the environment that we're in is problematic. Still big, large area of rotation. In other words, it's probably just a rolling one big, strong mesocyclone center down to ground level. So it's still going to keep producing little tornadoes, and they may get bigger again. Still has an indication of one. Although wind speeds have come down, it's still in the data. Matter of fact, it looks like this rotation product's a little stronger. If I look at the cross correlation coefficient, I don't see a debris ball for tornadoes. Okay, so in other words, it didn't hit. If that's the case, it didn't hit anything. Does that make sense? Let me track this. I went from here. Let me find out where it was the strongest. I guess it was right about here. Yeah. So this is what it was over. Big open farm field. Now there looks like a farmhouse here and here. Hope they're okay. Right off the highway. But if I look, there's no debris signature. So it's possible it just kind of went in between and it missed the farmhouse and didn't get anything else to pick up. So that'd be a good outcome. All right. Let's see here. So this massive wall of rotation. Again, this looks like just a little transient, small tornado kind of rotating around the broad parent mesocyclone. So it looks like to me. I don't see any massive in and out wind speeds. They're about 40 both ways. So again, collectively, 80 miles per hour of shear. So again, a small tornado on the strength scale. So that right now is what's showing up in the data. Let's go to the path again. Let's see here. Which one of these? This guy. Cedar Vale at 336 is the next big community in its direct path. Let's see. Current circulation center. Let's switch this. Okay. North Longwood Drive. Anything else? North Enterprise Drive, East Indian Road. That's where this is. So it's just almost out of the state. It's almost into Kansas. This is the northeast of Newkirk. Still don't have any debris ball on this signature from the radar. So a debris ball again indicates where a tornado has picked up something, destroyed something, and carried it aloft inside the storm, which the radar can then detect and analyze. 5,000 feet. So when you do not get that signature, that's good news. It means, in theory, it didn't hit anything significant, substantial, or nothing at all. Or it may have just only hit something very small and that was it. And it was too small to get detected. But typically we get a signal It could be grass, trees, you know, hay, cows. But we didn't get anything on that one. So let's hope that means that there was no significant damage or anything. It was just over an open field. So yeah, I see the video of the tornado over a field when it happened. So when a tornado is spotted, the wording changes from the National Weather Service, where they will heighten and use different wording. The polygons, for example, will turn a flashing purple for a tornado, and then they will say stuff like damage threat considerable. Now that could be also for damaging winds in excess of like 80 miles an hour, but also it'll say like tornado observed rather than Doppler radar indicated. And they'll depend on storm spotter reports or emergency management out in the field relaying any information, and then they'll consider that in adding it to the warning. Let's see. So for example, let me see if they had anything in this one. No, generic. Let's see about this one. Just confirm that there was a large and dangerous tornado located near Chilocco, moving northeast at 40. That was in the original warning information. Alright, so you guys in southern Kansas, southeast of our Kansas City, you'll have to deal with that particular storm as it crosses over the border. Let's take a look at it here. It's right on the state line. Let's see. 111th Road in the state line is where it's at. Alright, the one out here west of Enid. This is a new report. Let's see. Wall cloud, 1851. No, it's old. Alright, let's see. So in Enid, you have a storm coming into your west. Probability of a tornado is at 90%. Now, ironically, there's no tornado in the storm. That's just the algorithm going nuts. I think just because of the shear in the atmosphere. So there's nothing there yet. Like I said, there is a lot of inflow feeder bands though on the tail end of this stuff, so we'll see. All right, Stillwater, what do you guys have? Standard storm, no threat for a tornado right now. Has a little bit of a hook on the west side. It's unimpeded, so it does have some pretty decent environment to go through for instability, but it's not doing anything with it yet. Let's go southwest Oklahoma. Anything new here? So this guy around Hobart, just a standard storm, not a big deal. Little wind, little hail. Let's see the one in Carnegie. Same thing, standard stuff. Across the border, this one has a nice little hook echo reflectivity on it. The velocity data isn't quite matched yet, but let's see. It's just now getting to that look. So we'll see what happens here in a few minutes. Meanwhile, this guy down here in Knox City has definitely that look to it. Nice, strong hook echo, hail size 2.75 inches in diameter. There is a report, looks like, from emergency management that there's a tornado on the ground 2 miles west of Knox City. Let's see, the radar's a little far away. Yeah, 7,000 feet. But that's in Texas, town of Knox City. Tornado warned storm. All right. Let's see. Okay, that's what's going on southwest of us. Nothing else yet. Coming in. All right, we'll come back to that one. Let's take a look at Oklahoma City. Shear profile still is conducive for supercells. That Stillwater one. Let's take a look here again. Nothing yet of interest. All right, let's go back. Switch radars. I'm going to go back to northwest Oklahoma. All right, so Enid, again, you guys have that heavy storm moving through. There's a lot of inflow bands on this guy. Okay. Might be something trying to develop here around Wacomas. Let's see. There's little eddies on the outskirts. Here. So there's a lot of turbulence feeding into these storms. Here. There is something that the atmosphere is missing, but it is so close to pandemonium. All right, probability of a tornado is 83%. There's probably little vortices on the leading edge of this guy. Still nothing tornadic, just wall of water coming at you, a little bit of wind. All right, you guys up in northern Oklahoma, let's take a look here. Hardy. All right, so there's a little wall of wind coming at you from the west. The leftover tornadic circulation has moved over towards Silverdale, Kansas, the south side of town. So you guys be in your shelter still. Let's get a new track, time of arrival, that kind of thing.
TVSL detected.
That one goes in Kansas until 3:30. Northeast at 40 miles per hour. And I'm trying to get these little guys to plot for me, and they're not plotting. Alright, I think this thing just needs to be restarted. It's having some problems. Alright, Silverdale. Be in your shelters for that particular tornado warned storm. It's on the south side of town right now. Alright, let's see. Back to the Enid area. Still just a standard thunderstorm. They did, interesting. Because those little eddies I told you about, remember that? The Weather Service has decided we don't know either, so let's issue a blanket tornado warning. Alright. Not a bad call. So this is new. So because of these weird looks, these little inflow notches, I think they're just like, well, this would be safe than sorry, so let's just put out the warning. So a tornado warning for southwestern K County, northwestern Noble, southeastern Grant, Garfield County. Storm is capable of producing a tornado located along a line extending from near Enid, from 3 miles south of Enid to near Wakamas, moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. Wait a minute. I don't think that storm's moving northeast at 80. They might have a little problem with that warning button. Let's click on this one. Okay, should have had Garber in here. It did not. Storm motion northeast at 82 miles per hour. I don't think that's right, so I'm not sure what happened with that. Regardless, it is moving to the east, northeast. The prior warning did have it moving northeast at 74, so maybe it is moving at a faster rate. Goodness. Well, that's hauling. Okay. We'll assume that that is correct. If so, this is the speed, time of arrival. I just don't see it. I don't know. I think it's a bug. Something happened. But anyway, regardless, this is the path the communities involved for this particular storm complex. Breckenridge, Hunter, Lamont, Garber, Billings, Tonkawa, Blackwell, Red Rock, Marlin, Ponca City, Newkirk again, Call City, Burbank, Fairfax, and Schindler. All right, and that is for this particular storm that just likes to have a lot of wind with it, pockets of hail, and these weird little inflow notches that come in. They just are wrapping around, and so I think any one of these might get a little vorticity spin up on it to produce a tornado. Or they cancel that warning, or did it not load? All right, well, regardless, we'll just keep an eye on that one. Let's go back up here. Yeah, that warning's gone. I think that was an error. I'm not really sure what happened. Yeah, they canceled the warning. So I think they had some malfunction. I was like, I don't think it's moving at 80, but if you say so, you know, and then they canceled it. I think they had a fat finger incident. Okay, so let's go Stillwater. Take a look at this storm. Again, good inflow into it. Probably has a nice, wall cloud looking appearance, lowering. Probability of a tornado is at 7%. Yeah, does have a nice little couplet with it now. So it is getting better organized. This is northwest of Stillwater. So let's get you down here to the streets. So let's see here. Looking at Airport Road and North Road 3290 is where that wall cloud will be located. And that's 3 miles outside of town. Passing to your north, it'll cross over 177 and probably somewhere right around Lone Chimney Road. So we'll see if that one gets better organized. Let's go back up to Kansas real quick. There's a report of a funnel in that area just now northeast of Silverdale. So that's the same storm that left Oklahoma, had that brief tornado. And it kind of broadened out to a general circulation, but nothing too tight. And it's got two little nudges on either side of this little icon. So it looks like one of them had a funnel with it. Now this has a little TDS type forming. Let's see, top 11,000 feet. So yeah, it's like a developing tornado here, which is what that storm spotter likely is indicating. And so it's developing right there, right now. And this is, right now, I don't think it's over anything. Let's take a look. Yeah, look at that. Nothing. Good place for it, right? You get a lot of that. These tornadoes are right over nothing. Great place for them. All right, we'll see what happens with that. Let's try to do a storm track. What's this thing moving? Northeast. It's kind of pinwheeling though. Let's see if I go up here and do it. There we go. Cedar Valley, or Cedar Vale, coming up at 3:49. So in Kansas, be in your shelters for this. Tornado warning expires at 4 o'clock, moving northeast at 35. So if you live along Highway State 15 towards Cedarvale, you need to be in your shelters. And also if you live along 15 and 166. It looks like that's pretty close to where that'll track over. And honestly, there's like a dual circulation. There's like a weak one here and a weak one here. That's not uncommon. It has not congealed into one. It's just the type of atmosphere we're in today. Very chaotic. Okay, that's in southern Kansas. You guys be in shelters for that one. Okay, let's go back to the Stillwater one. Looks like the Weather Service went ahead and issued a warning for it, even though the data here still hasn't quite tightened up. So movement is to the north at 43 miles per hour. Golf ball size hail. Tornado warning expires until at 4 o'clock. The path. Let's get you in here. Caw City comes up at 4:19. But obviously the storm is going to affect, that's just the closer to the circulation feature. Could probably, if I click this one, which is going to be right underneath it, it'll be Morrison at 3:29 and Burbank at 4:15. So, some hail with this. They're in the pink. So Morrison be in your shelters for this one. Circulation center is right around Yost Road, East Road 550, just west of 177. Let's see, which one am I looking at on this map? Okay, that's the one that's in Kansas, coming into Dexter. Two of them rotating on the north side of it. So Dexter being your shelters. You're not actually in the polygon for the tornado warning, but in Kansas, but you're going to be in the path of this guy because he's not behaving as the warning box has him behaving. Let's go back down here. So this little circulation center for Morrison. Let's see. Right. Again, Northwestern Road and West Glencoe Road is where that developing tornado would be located. Radar products still don't indicate nothing too strong. I'm going to switch over to a different radar just to get a better look. Just in case. Let's see here. Same idea, still broad circulation. There's nothing tightly wound or anything. So another precautionary tornado warning. And this is in an area where temperatures are in the upper 70s. They haven't had any storms impact this area, so it's a little bit better instability to feed into it. So there's a lot of environmental variables that could change. So that's probably why it's a little proactive. Probability of a tornado is at 10%. So again, a reminder that not all tornado warnings have a tornado with them. Okay, let's go back up to Kansas. Tornado confirmation here. No, funnel cloud again. No, somebody had something, didn't they? Yeah, funnel cloud. All right. Well, the data suggests a tornado at this point. This guy right here, where the triangle is. So, Dexter, again, being your shelters. So here's an example: is if you are near a tornado warning, sometimes you're not even included in it, right? So, for example, this little yellow line that goes like this, that's where this tornado is going. Now, the old warning had it going like this. And so the old warning box was right here. And Dexter was outside of that tornado warning box. So that's why, you obviously would still need to take shelter in this case. Now, a new tornado warning has come out right here. And that now includes Dexter. But that just happened. So keep in mind, when you're not technically in a tornado warning area for a polygon, and this polygon is what triggers your phone apps. If you're using those, or your NOAA weather radio, you wouldn't even get notified of that, right? Now, me watching radar can say, oh no, it's actually coming toward Dexter. It's not going to be in this polygon. But that takes a while to get updated through the system from the National Weather Service. So it just goes to show you that you do want to pay attention. Tune in when you do have severe weather in your area. Because even though you might not be under that specific warning, maybe you should be, right? So you need to check in and pay attention. This particular tornado looks like it is strengthening and ramping up as it moves into Dexter. So that's not a good sign. Rotation tracks here is increasing in green. Still, let me go to... That's about 60 miles per hour and 36. So that's about 100 miles per hour of shear. Probability of the tornado is at 83%. Again, this is in southern Kansas. So the town of Dexter, you need to be in your shelters right now. This storm looks like it's going to come directly on top of you. Again, away from all outside walls and windows until the storm passes. No indications of a debris signature at this point. The velocity data has gotten a lot stronger, a lot better organized. If I take off the radar, it is currently over trees and over fields. Great place for it. Let's keep it that way. All right. If it does pick up some of those trees, we would see it in the CC product. I do not see it yet. However, it is getting very strong. All right, so the mesocyclone on this side, quite strong. Inbound, a little weak, but if I flip it over to storm relative, it matches. It just needs to tighten up in between these two areas. It's like a skater, right? You have an ice skater, you got your hands, you can't see my hands, but they're way out, and then when you turn and then you bring them in like this really fast and then you spin really fast. So same idea with a mesocyclone producing tornado area. Big, broad, fast. If you can bring it in, tighten it up, then your winds speed up, and then there you go. So yeah, this looks like a pretty good indication of a rain-wrapped tornado at this point. Yeah, so the polygon changed purple. So that's usually what that means. So updated warning here. Tornado warning for southwestern Elk County in southeastern Kansas, eastern Cowley County, and northwestern Chakotah County. a confirmed tornado located over Dexter, or 13 miles west of Cedarvale, moving northeast at 35, damaging tornado and hail. Emergency management confirmed the tornado. Other locations include Cambridge. Okay, so this is the center of it, just on the southwest side of town. So there's our tornado signature here on the radar. Still don't have a debris signature yet, but by all intents and purposes, it looks like a tornado to me. Wind speeds of 109 miles per hour on outbound. Let's see, storm relative 62 and 30. So still about 100 mile per hour wind. So odds are it's a lower end tornado, like an EF1. Real quick, let me go to Stillwater. Okay, so this thing turned purple. So that means somebody must have seen something. Let's see. Tornado warrant, let's see. No. Where is it? I want this one. It just says tornado warning canceled. Okay, what is this? So at 3:30, a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles west of Morrison, moving north at 45. That's what that said. Their box is a little goofy here. Okay. So in Morrison, that storm is now to your west-northwest between you and Summer. So that's where that circulation center is. Interesting. Let's go to... leave Dexter for a minute. Let's come back here in Oklahoma. Curious about this one. The radar is very, very weak. This is coming off some eye report. I don't know who that eye report was. You have to assume it's legit, even though the velocity data is not even indicating anything close to that at 5,000 feet, which is about the top column of a standard normal tornado of a EF0, EF1 strength. So I'm not sure the validity of that, but regardless, it is in the area where there is a very weak hook echo at that point. Let me switch radars back to this one. So honestly, the way these lines are drawn, it's like a guessing game here on the Weather Service side. I'm not sure that they believe it either, but I think they have to. I think they have to do it. If somebody calls it in, I think they have to go with it, because it is in a hook echo area, and those have to assume there's a weakness in the radar data, which doesn't quite pick it up. And maybe it was like a little vorticity funnel. You know, maybe it was like a glorified dust devil or something that he saw that got spun up into an updraft briefly. You know, I don't know. Not there. But there's nothing on radar to indicate anything to track. So regardless, the wording was northwest of Morrison at this point in time, moving up to the northeast. That's an ugly warning for stretching that much. So, all right, so let's move back to where the radar does indicate circulation. That was up around the southern Kansas. So let me go back, pick up the radar for that one. Oh, by the way, what's this one doing out here in Binger real quick? Eakley, alfalfa. That has a little back end appendage to it, so we'll start tracking that one to see if it does anything. Okay, and let's go back up here to Kansas. So Dexter, the tornado is right over town. Correlation coefficient is still low. Maybe, let's see, which radar is closer? Let's try this radar here and see if it's a different view. Okay, so here's that Dexter tornado. That's at 3,000 feet elevation. Oh yeah, this one picks it up. The radar's closer to it. Very strong rotation signature on this one. Inbound 67, outbound 52. So about 100. That's quite strong. See you to be in your shelters if you live up here in the town of Dexter in Kansas as a tornado continues to roll through your town. So you see the updraft, this is basically your tornado. This column. This is the rotation product. So this is the change of colors inside as a strength rotation. So you're looking at the actual tornado column in the mesocyclone. So that's where sometimes these three-dimensional views can really come in handy when you're trying to verify that kind of stuff. You can look at the velocity data as well. And then you can also do just the reflectivity. That won't be as easy to notice on this one. Yeah. All right. Oddly enough, still no, well, there is a little lowering here. It's not a blue color, it's a green color, which does indicate they probably pick up some debris as I move through the town. It just doesn't have a very dark blue area, and usually if it's dark blue, it means it did quite a bit of damage. Let's just do this. Let's see here. Yeah, there's nothing indicating that it went too far aloft. All right. Well, let's hope it didn't get too much. That was anyway over the town of Dexter in Kansas. Okay, so stay in your shelters for that one. That one's moving up to the north toward Cambridge. For that particular tornado-warned storm, it'll be over, looks like Highway 38, S38. That's east of 15 here soon. Let's see, anything else in Oklahoma? Let's come back down here. Okay, so the Binger one has a new tornado warning on it for alfalfa. This is southwest of Eakley. So the the structure of the hook echo is still vertical. So it has to really kind of hook in like this for the tornado genesis to occur. So it's not quite in the right configuration yet. Probability of the tornado is at 65%. Let me see what it was before. It was 3. So it's ramped up really quick. I mean, it just like skyrocketed on the tornado predictor level. All right. Let me see if anything else for that one. Nope. Stuff down in Texas. Okay, so we've got this one. Let me look real quickly at Stillwater again, or north of Stillwater, Morrison. I still don't see anything with this one. There's nothing on radar, so I'm not going to worry about that one. Just be in, but as a warning, so be in your shelters if you live in this area. Right along Highway 15, northwest of Pawnee, north of Morrison. So pass west of Ralston and west of Fairfax. Let me see if this guy will give you a warning update on that one. Here we go, this guy. So that's Burbank, 411, Caw City, 413, Webb City, 420, Foraker. Foraker is 429. So over the next 45 minutes, that's the path of that storm. Okay, let's see. These guys up here also in northern Oklahoma. It's just that same look. There's just little eddies along the edge. They're not doing anything. It's just, at least now, but they're there. Heavy wind, little rain, little hail. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter now, 2.25. So hail sizes come up. All right, back down here. So let's switch gears. I want to analyze this storm a little better. All right, this will be our storm to focus on for about probably, who knows, could be the next 20, 30 minutes, could be 15, unless some of those ones up in the north do something. So what you have, because I can see all the storm shapes for fees, it's just a lowering, like a wall cloud. Probability of a tornado has stayed at 63%. Eakly and Lukiba is in the path. Binger, even though you're not in this storm track path, you're pretty close, so I'd still be in your shelters. It'll arrive here a little after 4 o'clock. Wording on this, moving to the northeast at 33 miles per hour. Radar indicated potential tornado. And hail size golf balls. Let's take a look at the velocity data. So let's see, convergence line here. Interesting. All right. So basically just massive convergence on the front end of this in the wind field data. So this is 70 mile per hour winds. Gosh, that's a divergence signature. Which radar am I looking at? Yeah, Twin Lakes. No, it's convergence. All right. So has like, okay, here we go. It's gone. All right. So we had a data artifact look like? Sneak in there. Because that was a weird data point. Okay, so what we do have though is looks like a little weak circulation center over Eakly. So be in your shelters. No tornado at this point in time, just a wall cloud. One could develop though, rather quickly. All right, let's go here. Let's go back. So it's just got a very strong RFD aloft. Let's see. All right, let's see. One of my storm chasers just texted me, said he's live. Let's go take a look. All right, so this is Chance Cold Iron, and he is in western Oklahoma near the Eakly storm. So he's on the road. Let's see. I've got your feed up if you're on HATEL. All right, so he's en route of that storm that we're looking at on radar. So that's this one here, the Eakly storm. Okay. Okay. So here's the deal. This tornadic thunderstorm, should it produce a tornado? Let's see. Okay, there it is.
Hey, I don't know if you got me, but I found my app.
Okay, I got you loud and clear. Just holler on this, just like you did if you see a tornado or it looks like it's about to produce one. Okay, so anyway, what I was saying is that unfortunately this setup isn't ideal. All right, so let's say this thing goes ahead and produces a tornado. And it happens to produce a significant one, so then it's therefore gets anchored, it's rooted, it starts to move more east.
Yeah, Tuttle, the inflow is just picked up. Wall cloud is cranking. It's going to be a big time tornado. We got to get east and get north.
Okay, so that's his visualization out in the field. Roger that. The point I was going to make was, if this thing turns hard right, all right, starts to move more like this. Do you see the path I'm making on the radar? You don't want that path, right? So that would take it into southern Canadian County, southwest Canadian County, through El Reno, into the Piedmont area, into northwest Oklahoma City, in Edmond, should this storm produce a tornado and then start to move a little bit more to the right, which is what they do when they do produce a tornado. And this will be over the course of the next 2 hours. All right. So it's 4 o'clock now, so that will be putting it, by 6 o'clock, making it into that direction. So that's not good news. So what we want, obviously, is the storm not to produce a tornado, because that would be going through a highly populated area. So that's what we want to do. We want to reduce the population. Bottom line is, use this as a planning. So if you haven't done anything yet, planning-wise, for this particular day, and you live in the city, you might want to go ahead and start doing that. Have a game plan for your kids, family, how to get your pets, put some stuff in a bug out bag, whatever it is. Snacks, food, water. Clothes, shoes, ID with you. Just kind of plan ahead. A lot of times you do get these tornado-producing storms just west of the metro, and then they kind of move in toward the metro after the fact. They'll either start kind of in this fashion, or they'll start over here, or they'll start over here, and then they just basically kind of move up, usually in a northeastward fashion. But like I said, in this environment, if they move a little bit more to the right, then that changes their course. So we don't have anything down here yet for us. There's one across the border there in Texas, northwest Texas, Seymour, but not here. Let's see, nothing else around central Oklahoma. So this will be the only game in town, which means it's in an undisturbed environment. Let's see, temperature here, 75 over 68. Southeast wind, 79 over 68. Southeast wind. So again, it's in a very favorable environment to intensify. Now, looking at the radar, so far, it's not tornadic yet. It's getting very close, though. Very, very close. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Let me see if anything changed in this one up here. North of Morrison, it's a little bit far out. Don't see anything there. Where's my... There we go. There's still residual warnings for this one west of Fairfax. The stuff up here in northern Oklahoma, just standard, typical thunderstorms. No warnings for those, or as far as tornado warning storms go. That one cluster in Kansas is still going. All right, so let me pop down here real quick.
Hey, Tuttle, we got rapid rotation, a little funnel cloud just a moment ago.
Okay, so he has, he's driving, so he's getting in better positions, but he can obviously see outside his window, so I can't see what he's seeing currently. But there's his view on the road.
And I'm on this storm over here that's headed in towards Bigger. I got a pretty good visual on it if you take my line.
Okay, so that's James. Which one is he? Let's refresh all these guys. Roger that, James. All right. Okay, so he's on Eagles. This is his view here. He's at 720. Okay, I've got your stream. Thank you. So I'm going to move him with Chance. So between the two of these guys, now of course when you're out there chasing, you're going to always have little intermittent cell phone issues. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, let's take a look at radar here real quick. So the velocity has really increased in this area. There's better convergence there. So it looks like the storm is going to try to get in that position to produce a tornado. Hail size is also up around 2 inches on this one. It's 55,000 feet. That's a tall storm. This morning we're looking at storms at 30,000 feet, so they've gotten much stronger as the day goes on. Has a nice elevated hail core. There's your rotation column starting to develop. Yep, not quite there yet to the ground, but it's getting there. So this will be our developing tornado column here in the atmosphere. So it's not far. All right, still working on it. Again, this is out in west central Oklahoma, coming into the Hinton area, Lukiba. So make sure you guys are in your shelters. Probability of a tornado is at 38%. Let's see, the path again, time of arrival, Calumet 444, El Reno 450. Union City, you guys can obviously be in this path too. Ooh, get back there. Again, because if this thing were to go more in this direction, it may split the difference between El Reno and Union City on the track. So right now it's a very strong mid-level circulation. There are 2 storm chasers out of it. My buddy James and my other buddy Chance. And it looks like they're having some signal issues. So the wall cloud is rotating. Give me just a second. Let's see. I'm going to put up this for a minute. Okay. So we're watching a tornado warning storm out here in west central Oklahoma and around the town of Hinton, just southwest of you guys. Be in your shelters continuing till that storm moves by you. Lowest floor away from all outside walls and windows. Storm is still trying to wrap up. It's getting closer. It's very slow progress. It's not a fast progress on this one. It's missing something. But it is trending that direction. Let's see. You can see in his view, James's chasing view, the wall cloud out there. All right, let's go with this one. Right down here. Let's do this. Probability of a tornado is at 31%. Let's see here. The winds aren't. It's about 30 degrees. 45 degrees of turning. That's like the lower end of shear for tornadic supercells. That might be a limiting factor. See, you guys up in northern Oklahoma just keep getting slammed with heavy storms, wind and lightning and rain. Let's see, there was something I did see. Where are we? We're up here. Yeah, there's a tornado warning storm here just northeast of Newkirk. That just came out. All right, so right along the border here of Kansas, tornado warning for northeastern K County until 4:45. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles east of Chilocco, moving northeast at 35. Yeah, there's a little circulation center there. That'll come up towards Silverdale again. So make sure you're in your shelters in Silverdale and Kansas. The other storm in Kansas continues to move away. It's heading up toward Granola. So be in your shelters for that one. That was the one that went through Dexter not long ago. So those are your two tornadic storms in that area. I guess there's another one over here in Cedarvale also, just north of you guys. Okay, so otherwise, just like a little wall of wind here in northern Oklahoma. This guy here, Garber, tail end of that stuff. Sometimes you have to watch the tail end area, but don't see anything yet. Just a wall of wind and rain and a little bit of hail. Okay, so that hasn't changed in that configuration. Let's go back here to our storm southwest of Hinton. It's having a tough time. It's still trying. Let's see, when I look at the live shots, I do see some dust on the ground. Yeah, boy, it's weak. Very slowly rotating. So it looks like that. It's hard to say. Sometimes you get an inflow, an RFD that combined, that can give the illusion that you have a tornado touchdown, because there's no condensation funnel in between, and that's because it's moving really slow. So I'm going to call that little RFD and inflow combined to kick up that dust. Let's see. Rotating wall cloud, organizing. That was 3 minutes ago. Right on top where that chaser is, whoever that is. Let's see if my guys are still going. So, it's like chances getting him better view. Oh, he lost it. Let me refresh. All right, so this is one of those deals where it'll eventually do it. It's very large. Just the rotation part of it. Let's go here. So the circulation center, coming in on the west-southwest side of Hinton by about 1.5 miles. Let me check a few things here. It's getting close. So again, if you're in Hinton, be in your tornado shelters, away from all the outside walls and windows, lowest floor, closet, bathtub, bathroom, stairwell. So I looked at the the helicopter shots, and there's a very low rotating ball for sure. And they're trying to find little bitty areas on the ground that signify a touchdown, right? And there's a lot of just rotating moisture underneath that column. And it is so slow. Rotation is so slow. It's not violent. So it's like tornado is a violently rotating column of air. That's not violent. It's very subtle. But because of how moisture condenses underneath that, you get these nice, trails of visual cues that there is spiraling motion. I see a little funnel on the east side now, coming down halfway to the ground. So it's still getting there. It's not rapid. It's a very slow process. But it looks like we're going to have a tornado out of this, and it'll probably be a large tornado with a multi-vortex type configuration, which means it will be probably on the order of maybe 1 mile wide, something like that, maybe larger, and it will have little, and honestly, in most cases, when you do get a tornado, they're little mini vortices that rotate within that column. It's not just one vortice. In other words, one tube. If you were to visualize it that way, it's multiple that dance around in a tornado. So they call it multi-vortex. And in theory, really, probably almost all tornadoes are multi-vortex in a way. That's why, for example, if a home was damaged, you had things in the living room and maybe something was on a shelf untouched, and yet, your other room, everything was gone. Same kind of idea. Little vortices that dance around, they can be very, very tiny, or they can be rather large. It just depends on the size of the parent tornado, the complex. So, radar view here still shows good outbound and inbound wind. It just hasn't tightened up. It's very slow moving. These values here in green are in 40 miles per hour. In red, they're about 19. Usually, we will see those come in tighter. So in other words, it would be in this area, these colors would get brighter on both sides of it, and they'll touch, and that's what we call gate-to-gate shear. And that's not quite happening. There is some little dilly here, and that might be the funnel that I saw on one of the helicopter shots. So, in other words, this is the main mesocyclone. This is the main wall cloud, I should say. There's those little bitty finger funnels that dips halfway out of the sky. It doesn't quite touch the ground. So, in other words, a lot of mid-level shear here for the storm to act upon. Real quick look. That rotation column was actually a little better organized earlier. A little more stout. It's actually a little weaker. Still there. So like I said, there's something in the atmosphere today has been thus far missing. Okay, so again, a lot of broad circulation for all of this. All right, so let's see, we're about 4,000 feet elevation on the radar data. As it gets closer to Oklahoma City, that radar will be able to sample at a lower elevation. Let's see. When these guys are out there chasing the field, unfortunately, you end up with cell phone congestion and you lose your feeds a lot. So, got to keep picking them up. So, looks like James got his back up now. And Chance has his back up. So a lot of it is driving around and getting in a better position, and dealing with traffic. Okay, radar view. So they have it much slower on this part of the tornadic storm. Northeast at 30. Again, golf ball size hail. Let's see here. Tornado warning remains in effect for central Caddo and west central Canadian counties. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Hinton, moving northeast at 30. Radar indicated rotation. And Calumet at 446, Okarche at 509. So because the storm has not produced a tornado at this point, it continues on its jog to the northeast. So again, it's doing more of this. Once it does start to produce a tornado, though, it will do more of this, or maybe even this. So the farther this goes north of 40 before producing a tornado, the better off this area will be. Calumet, you're still going to be under the gun regardless. But big cities like El Reno or say northwest Oklahoma City or Edmond, the more this goes north, the less you're inclined or in the path. So that's the slightly good news in a situation like this. The probability of a tornado is now at 44%. So this thing did not ramp at all. If you recall in these other systems today, those numbers jumped by a factor of 10, right? A magnitude of 10 for 3 or 4 scans in a row, and then boom, tornado. This one's been just slowly just kind of going up little by little. Very, very methodically, very slowly. So it's a different situation with this one so far. Something else is going to have to happen because this isn't doing it. So let me look here at the environment. Okay, you see these guys right here? It could be a cell merging opportunity. All right, this is the path so far that hook echo is taking. And then we're going to watch these guys as they develop and come in and get pulled in west of Calumet. And then we'll see what happens. We'll see if that is what it needs, the final kicker, to get the storm to produce a tornado, or will it do it on its own before then? Hasn't been able to do it yet. So this is what we call a nudge, a cell nudge. All right, TVS is
TVS cell detected.
25,000 feet. Height 15,000 feet. All right. So no tight gate-to-gate rotation. So whatever it was trying to do earlier, it didn't do it, which is great. Now it's kind of lifted a little bit, and it's going to have to organize a bit more. Probability of a tornado has jumped. I say that, and then the opposite in the algorithms. It went from 40-something% to 82. That's a huge jump. So we'll see if that translates into something. All right, so Chance is in core punching material. He's in the rain. James is still outside of the storm at some point. So if you go to my website, aarontuttle.com, you can go to the live stream page on here, which I have to fix it because I had where it's supposed to go live here on the YouTube insert, and something changed. I had to have my site redone, so something got dropped in the code, so I have to fix that. But in the meantime, you can click on any of these links for Facebook or YouTube for my chase partners, and then you can follow their storm chasing on your Facebook anytime that they're out. So right now, I've got Chance and James. So James is Twisted Weather, TWX. Anyways, we got their feeds here now, so if they'll message me if they see something tornadic wise. All right, probability of a tornado is at 86%. Let's see, updated storm track. Let's click this one. Okay, well, that one's old. Is there another track on here? Let's try this one. No, that's just as old. We can do our own. Let's see. So they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this one as well, for the hail that's in it. That just came out. Till 5 o'clock, moving northeast at 30. Damage threat considerable, tornado possible, radar indicated, and then large hail. All right, so 30 miles per hour. So let's take where the center of where that hook is. 30 miles per hour. Okay, so let's go up here. Now, let's just assume it's going to stay on this path and through Calumet. So that's 4:45, so 20 minutes. After that, again with this cell merger, when it comes in and gets pulled in on Calumet, we'll see if the storm does this and then this. Alright, looks like they've issued a new tornado warning to go more to that northward jog. So on radar, you see how this, now we're starting to ramp up on the colors. So in other words, we're starting to get some gate-to-gate action in this area, right along 281. It's not strong yet. Let's see. Let's go storm relative. It's not strong yet, but it is tightening up. So there are indications now it's getting better organized and getting closer to producing a tornado. Carchi on this path is about 504. Okay, let's zoom in here. So this is southeast on Geary. Let's see, roadways. We're looking at north or Memorial Road northwest and north Chisholm Road. All right, so Memorial Road and Chisholm Road is where the circulation center is. New data coming in, shifted it northward, so it'll be up on 270 here in a second. 270 and Chisholm, between there and North Niles. North Niles. Let's see here. Do I have the roads turned on for this one? Yeah, I do. Okay, so this little bowl, so there's North Niles, and then that's at Darlington Road, so that's where that circulation is. This is southeast of Geary by about 1, 2, 3 miles. Geary's getting the hail core from this particular one. Okay. A indicative of a very strong reflectivity gradient here. That's not a good sign to see. They usually call that a debris ball. Now in this particular case, we don't have any debris yet because there's not a tornado, but what that does tell me though, due to the size sorting of the drops within that RFD column, that we are just seconds away. Probability of a tornado has gone up a little bit, 89%. Okay, so again, Memorial Road, West Walbaum Road, Memorial Road. All right, it's Carnes on 270. This is the donut hole structure forming. So this looks like it's going to be one of those large wedge tornadoes is what they call them, which is going to be over an extended period of probably 2 miles, 2 miles wide type deal. And that's the way this thing is shaping up. Unfortunately, yeah, very strong rotation product. So we're just seconds away from having this wall cloud basically reach all the way down to the ground and become one large tornado. I wish I had better news for you, but I don't. So this will be, when it does get going, unless it turns hard right, I mean, it will turn to the right, but it's probably going to pass between Calumet and Okarche. If it doesn't turn to the right at all, it'll go right into Okarche, but I still think it's going to pass in between. So I think we'll kind of thread the needle here on towns. I think it'll be maybe something like this, which would be the best news, right? We don't want into any populated cities or towns. So we'll see what happens, but right now that's the look. That's what the data suggests. Wind speeds are quite significant on either side. Let's see, there's 70 to 80 miles per hour outbound and 40 to 50 inbound. So that's 120 miles per hour of shear. So that's already getting into a category 2, EF2 tornado, should it tighten up and come down the surface. Let's see here. Highway 270 and Carnes Road is where that circulation center is. It has not moved much at all. It's really kind of slowed down. And that also means it's really trying to anchor, and it's fighting the environment that's been pushing it to the north and east, which means this one is becoming root boundary based, which means down to the surface of the ground, which would slow its progression. Probability of a tornado still holding at 89%. Now, there is something here that can happen. So if you noticed how the reflectivity comes in like so, right? Now, what can happen here is that the wind field rotates in like so. It can become occluded, and then the mesocyclone and the air that was producing the tornado occluded and rain wrapped. When that happens, it cuts off the inflow to the storm. And when it cuts off the inflow, it's possible it can weaken it. So at this point, we've got a tornado on the ground. We're not going to be able to see it, I don't think, anymore because it is now rain wrapped. Let me see if my guys are even in position anymore. So chance is still somewhere nearby. Looks like he lost his feed. All right, so we have a strong tornado on this particular point. Like I said, wind speeds, let's see, there's 70 miles per hour and 30, so about 100 on this measurement. So we're looking at a solid EF1 tornado. This is going to be west of Calumet. So this is a rain-wrapped tornado. So basically it's in this donut hole on the left on reflectivity. This is the rotation product on the right. Let me see what happened to our little shower. Looks like it stayed off to the east. It dissipated. All right. If this isn't producing a tornado, I'd be very, very surprised. It is about as close as you can get. We're about 4,000 feet elevation on the mesocyclone. So that's why we can't see down at the bottom. But the strength of mesocyclone is very strong. You have what we call a donut hole basically in the data, which means it's occluded apart from itself. So it's kind of what usually what happens before you get the tornado on the ground. Okay, so outside of that, let me just look real quick what else is happening. Okay, we got a new tornado warning in southwest Oklahoma. Let me jump down, deal with that as well. Alright, let's just take a look at this one real quick. Hollister. Okay, this one's coming in from Texas, and what time is this? Looks like it's falling apart. Yeah, the rotation's falling apart. It's just barely anything. I'm not going to be too worried about this. Be in your shelters, though, if you live in the Hollister area and points to the east toward Chattanooga until this storm passes you by. The velocity data product is very, very weak, almost non-existent, so that's good news. It was stronger when it was in Texas. So I'll come back and forth to check on that one. But, and they go northern Oklahoma here real quick. All that stuff's in Kansas. Again, you guys are continuing with this tornadic storm up here in Howard. This rough stuff up there in Kansas for today. Northern Oklahoma, this is slow-moving, rain-producing, flash flooding, hail and wind-making storms. Note, nothing tornadic, which is good. All right, so I'll leave that up there. All right, so back here to our Calumet tornado. Okarche, 5 o'clock. Kingfisher, 5:15. For the time of arrival. (60-mile-per-hour) inbound winds, outbound winds, about 100 miles per hour. All right. Oh, by the way, the track on this, or the cities or the roads. Let's see, coming up on 192nd Street Northwest. Let's see, and just west of Ranch Road. So that's where the tornado is located. North Maple Road, 192nd Street Northwest. So it's going to be a rather large area of rotation. It's not a single couplet. It looks like there's probably dual circulation features rotating within the bowl. Let's see. Now, we have not had anything that's been picked up that has been lofted in the atmosphere. If I look here where this track is, right now it's currently going over trees, no homes, open, empty farmland. along this specific track, there's not any farmhouses for a few miles. And there's like little, it's like a business construction site. Yeah, so it's kind of over top of a little construction site right here. And I say construction site, a business or some type of industrial machinery. All right, so this storm wrapped up, good strong mesocyclone. And not 100% if a tornado's been produced, because no one has any confirmation. When you look at all the live shots, nobody's seeing anything. Like it's back into the rain, so it's hard to see anyway. So you may not get that confirmation.
Hey, AT, my stream's up, and I got the meso in my shot.
Okay, I've got you pulled up now. Have you noticed anything?
Man, I've been fighting this chaser traffic to get up here. I can see the whole thing's rotating pretty good. It's not rain wrapped anymore.
Okay, good. That's good news, because the velocity data is through the roof, but there's been no confirmation of a touchdown.
Circulation is on top of Calumet Road.
Okay.
Now it might have done it back there in the rain.
Right. When nobody could see it. All right. So yeah, watching the views again. So it's no longer occluded in that donut hole that we had earlier. I'll show you that right there. That donut hole. That's probably when it did produce a tornado. Nobody was there to see it. However, if I do look at the cross correlation coefficient, if it did produce, it didn't pick up a lot of stuff. So it means not a lot of damage or anything. So that's good. But that sense is occluded, which means it dissipated, and now it's doing this wobbling thing. So you have two circulations kind of fighting, an old one here and one here that has to get better organized. So let's see here. All right, so it's going through a little recycling. So if anything, we had a brief occluded tornado, which measured wind speeds could have been up around an EF1 or EF2 on the strength scale. But if you don't have any damage to assess that value, we'll never know. Tell you what, man, these helicopter shots that we do here in this state are impressive for storm chasing. They don't do that in any other state. That's not a thing. At least they used to not do that. Here in Oklahoma City, they do. Yeah, with the cameras getting a lot better, HD-wise, you can see a lot more detail, and you can get closer looking while still being far away. So it's safe for the pilots. So it's a great visual tool to confirm what sometimes we have on limitations with radar. Okay, so the whole thing is just completely falling apart on the velocity data. So this storm looking pretty ominous there for a minute, and then now it's gone completely flat. So how can you tell? Well, I'll shift to just this panel here. So let's do the velocity data, all right? So I want you to track the velocity data back here, okay? So let's see how it looked. So it's going to get in position here, Hinton. All right, do you see any bright colors? You sure do. Look at that right there. Look at all those bright colors. All right, those brighter colors indicate stronger winds. Let it go again. So it probably produced a tornado while it was rain wrapped between Geary and Calumet there for a few frames. So, you know, off and on maybe for a few minutes, and then that was it. And then it occluded, and then it split, and then now it's done. That's it. Show's over. That's a good outcome. That is a good outcome. Again, because that thing, when it was down here, if it had became a right mover, you know, it's one of those deals. So, all right. So we wait, and it recycles, and you know, tries to get its act back together. So here's Chance chasing it out of the rain now, and he's got clear view because the base is lifted. Since the base is lifted, because you don't have that lower condensation level back down to the ground, picking up all that moisture into the updraft. So he's really close to it. He's looking right underneath it. Hey James, I had your feed there for a while, but looks like you went through cell problems. So James at one point had a pretty good view of the wall cloud. You can see this past stream here. And you see all those cars in front of him? A lot of those are storm chasers. And like Chance says, he got stuck with a bunch of chasers, so he couldn't get in position. So that's the main reason, believe it or not, why I don't storm chase anymore. That El Reno storm had way too many people on the roads, and that ruined our escape routes and almost killed us. So after that, I was like, no thanks. So anyway, I started doing this. That was back 2013 was when that happened. So I built the studio office in my home and said, I'm just going to cover severe weather like I used to do when I was on TV all those years, and I'll just do it out of my office. And so here we are. I much prefer it this way. What these guys chase. I'm over it. Been there, done that. Long time. Okay. Let's switch this back. Let's go check out that storm in southern Oklahoma, and we'll check out northern Oklahoma. Make sure everybody's behaving. Okay, so this is the southwest Oklahoma Frederick storm. Still looks pathetic. We like pathetic here. And then the ones in Tulsa, in Texas have weakened as well. They're actually looking much more pathetic than they did before. I'm telling you, there's something missing. You have no idea the amount of screaming in the data that these models did for 2 days straight over for today. I mean, non-stop, Katie bar the doors, nightmare scenario. And you look at that stuff, and it's like, I just can't believe it's going to be that bad. So part of your mind will let you do it. And then we're sitting here at 4 o'clock, and it still hasn't happened. So knock on wood, so far they've been wrong, at least in the initial first wave. Let's hope they're wrong in the second wave, right? But there's still something missing here in this first wave that these guys are struggling to produce tornadoes. And trust me, that is not a complaint. All right, let's go to northern Oklahoma. These guys are just slow moving, flood your backyard storms. Just a lot of lightning, wind, and hail. Kansas, these guys are still going strong. Howard, there's a couple of, looks like, tornado reports here. me do a little playback on this one. Yeah, this little northern fringe has just been producing tornadoes as it goes. Huh. I gotta see something. Okay. That has a little meso low on the northern end of this complex, and that's why it keeps producing off and on. It's like a little comma head configuration. And so it just keeps the general rotation going, then little eddies come in, rotate around, and then roll back in, spiral up. Another one rotates in, spirals up, and so it repeats the cycle and keeps producing off and on tornadoes in this fashion. Very unique situation up here. All right, so again in Kansas, these are some tornadic thunderstorms here coming into Elk Falls and Fall River severally. So be in your shelters for those. Just passed through Howard. Looks like there's no reason why that won't continue. They're moving into an environment where there's temperatures are in the 70s over 60s. Under looks like a new watch box, probably a tornado watch. So there you go. All right, let me go back here to central Oklahoma. Okarche. This storm is passing just to your northwest, heading into Kingfisher. Split my panels. Okay, so the mesocyclone is starting to reorganize. It's got this little guy right here in the data. Long ways to go before it does something, but that is a start. Let's see how his stream looks. Where am I? Okay. I think I'm going to think this through. Okay. I see something that interests me. Okay, so let's go back out. Okay, what we have is this is a little appendage here on Geary, right? And you have appendage here coming on Okarche. So you have two independent supercells, okay? One here, and then you got one here. So the forward flank downdraft is going to feed in to the west side of this thunderstorm. We have a storm relative motion in this direction to feed into the intake of where your hook echo and tornado tends to be. So this particular front-end storm, in theory, should be able to produce a tornado because it's going into an atmosphere that is not bothered by anything else. It's still moderately unstable, 75 degrees, 73 degrees, over 68. All right. Now, this one here also has that inflow. And unless this storm kicks out an outflow to disrupt it, or kicks out an outflow to enhance it, because you can kick out a boundary, and then this guy can suck it up inside of itself. So there's a couple interactions that can happen here. This can be a little nudge where it gets the tornado genesis to go from this guy into this guy on the back end. That's a possibility. Just as well as you can have a situation where you have tornado number 1 and tornado number 2. And each of these guys just ride in tandem. Since they both have a clear environment to go through. Let's see, what else are we seeing? A little bit of enhancement, in the reflectivity, little showers. If these were to go a little bit heavier, maybe a little weak thunderstorm or a very strong shower, that might have a little extra vorticity or baroclinicity within it to get ingested into these storms to produce something. So they're not done per se. It's just there's some cycling that needs to happen, and there needs to be a decision on how they want to react with one another and the environment. Okay, so meanwhile, this one is still trying to do something here. So Kingfisher, you're already in your shelters, but it's getting, this little edge of circulation is getting closer. It's on North Road 2810 and East Road 820. That's 2, about 3 miles outside of town, southwest. Okay, he's got a good view here. That's a great shot you have. All right, so he's looking under the mesocyclone. Oh, get off that one thing. This guy. So this is the mesocyclone. This is the wall cloud that forms. So he's on a dirt road, which is lovely in Oklahoma. That way he can come in and get closer to it to view a tornado coming down if that were to happen. Okay, so the velocity data is starting to pick up a little bit more. This is outbound wind of 57 miles per hour, inbound of 24. So it's starting to get a little stronger, a little bit better organized. The rotation product has turned yellow. Just so you know, as it turns from yellow to orange to red is indicative of a tornado touchdown. So we're getting very, very close. Okay. So this will work its way right over the northwest side of Kingfisher. That's the way the track is right now. So you're in Kingfisher, just stay in your shelters, away from all outside walls, windows, lowest floor. It can be a bathroom, closet. You can put a mattress on you, blankets, anything to help with flying debris should a tornado develop as it comes into town. We do an updated path on this. So Kingfisher in the next couple of minutes, and then we have Marshall at 546 between there and Crescent, unless it again produces a tornado and it does turn hard right, and they would move more toward Crescent, but we'll have to wait and see. Movement here to the northeast, 37 miles per hour. 1-inch size hail. So our little notch here is this guy right here that's trying to form. You can see how we have couplets together, the green and blue touch. However, that's 38 miles per hour and that's 21, very weak. Coming right along State Highway 33, and it'll be coming up on 2830, passing to the west about a mile and a half outside of Kingfisher. Let me check southwest Oklahoma real quick. All right, this storm here, probability of tornadoes at 14%. Nothing on the tail end. Those guys in Texas are staying in Texas for now, heading toward Wichita Falls. So let's hope this storm doesn't get too big. It'll be working its way toward Iowa Park and Wichita Falls here in the next hour or two. A long train of storms after that. All right, so keep an eye going on there. Okay, Kingfisher. Again, west side of town, this little triangle is where your developing tornado is trying to occur. Non-rotation color is still gold. Has not ramped up from that color yet, so it's has not intensified anymore. And let's see. The newest data, velocity data, is falling apart again. So you guys can still breathe easy that there's been no tornado with this. That it keeps falling apart. It has struggled its entire life cycle. Let's see.
Hey, T. I just want to let you know, yes, I'm chasing with James Slater today. And yeah, I heard him, on speaker saying we ran into problems. Yeah, there was some awful chaser convergence along 281. What we're going to do is we're going to reposition. We're going to go probably back to Chickasha. We're looking at the HR short range, and it seems to show storms blowing up. There's one that we've noticed west of Law, and that's going to bank toward Apache. But the STPs obviously really crank up from now on, through the evening hours. So that's going to be our play. Hopefully we can get away from that chaser shoe we had counted earlier and get to it before. So we should be in better position. That's it.
Awesome. Thanks for the update, Russ. Sounds good. All right. So that was their feed here. That went down. I thought Russ would do it on his own page, but I guess he's going to do it on James. Oh, that was an hour ago. Oh, so they were both dual streaming. All right. Well, that would be nice to know. That's okay. Let's see if they had anything. Yeah, a little view of the wall clouds. Nice. You all right in there? Yeah. I hope it's good. I'm hungry. I can smell it. I don't know what she's cooking. Okay, so northwest of Kingfisher by 2 miles, we have our rotation couplet trying to get organized again. So about every other radar scan, it comes and goes. This is over East Road 780, just west of 2840, or also west of Highway 4081 by about a mile. Probability of a tornado is at 36%, so quite a bit lower than what it used to be. Let's do a storm track for you. Well, of course, Kingfisher already. We just passed your north and west. Marshall 539, Orlando at 555. That's the latest on the estimated time of arrival. tornado vortex signature.
I'm coming into Kingfisher. I think I'm going to have to cool punch this thing up to Hennessy to try to get ahead.
Roger that. Or you could let it go and wait for the stuff coming in southwest of the metro. So he's going to determine whether or not he wants to stick with this. When you're storm chasing, sometimes it gets hard to keep up, especially if they're moving too fast and or you go through too many towns or too many storm chasers. I hope that's alcoholic. She had the blender going. No, you know what it is? The protein shake. That's what it is. With no alcohol. I'm working. Although some of you probably drinking some alcohol right now to keep your nerves down. I'm not hating on you.
Not sure why nothing's filling the gap down there.
Okay. Oh, thanks, baby.
Okay, and then,
Yeah, that looks delicious.
yeah, you just take it.
Okay. I appreciate that. That's okay. This is my dinner, so you guys get to watch me
Okay,
eat.
so your dinner.
Yeah, this is what she feeds me.
Okay.
This is all I get. Protein and peanut butter.
I'll give you more if you're good. Thanks.
Interesting. I was looking at cell merger earlier whenever it produced that stronger tornado. And there was a cell merger from the back end. But on that one, it was like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Because it looked like the tornado happened before the merger, and then it pulled part of that storm into it. So, I'm not sure. Alright, so I'm sitting here just watching the Kingfisher storm. It's not doing anything right now, tornadic-wise. So that's good. I mean, the warning's still there, so still stay in your shelters. In Kingfisher County, halfway between Dover and Kingfisher, on Highway 81 and East Road 750 is the intersection of that. Nothing happened. Quiet. What time is it? 5 o'clock? So I'm going to look at some new high-res model data, try to figure out what's going on here forward. Sorry you have to watch me have dinner. Yes, I do call this a meal. Sad, I know. Alright, so still watching the reflectivity product on the left, velocity product on the right. This is the same radar, same view. One shows us the heavy rain, the other one shows us the wind. And used together, we use it to track tornadoes. Okay, so what else do we have? I'll check the southwest Oklahoma again and then northwest Oklahoma. Cache is doing nothing. The ones in Texas still going. Got one here. South of Electra, still pretty potent. Nothing in between. Let's go to north Oklahoma. Okay. Tonkawa. A little bit of a little eddy here. Let's see, how far are we away? 59 miles, 5,000 feet. These really haven't done anything up to this point. So I'm not sure why they would all of a sudden, but I guess stranger things have happened. Let me go change radar views. Alright. There's a little bit of a notch here. I mean, we're talking super weak winds, though. That's not even worth mentioning. They're so weak. But it's just that kind of little eddy. So if it were to get picked up in an updraft, it could spin up to something, more significant. But so far that hasn't happened, and all these storms up here have had that same look for the last 2 hours. The only ones that did anything was when they crossed over the border into Kansas, and they're still going up there. All right, so that's northern Oklahoma. So really, only game in town right now is the one in Kingfisher County. Excuse me. So this one, okay, so this one's finally doing something because of the this merger happening here. So this is the Hook Echo wrapping in from the southwest, the rear flank downdraft from this guy. So it's going to probably try to spin up in this region here just south of Dover. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, there's our new little rotation product that's starting. So we'll give it a few frames. Probability of a tornado is 25%, so on the low end. There's at least some more decent motion with this versus the last few wall clouds. They were just so slow on the rotation. Helicopter shot on this one is actually much quicker. I'm seeing some rotating rain curtains as a result. So this one may actually produce a tornado. And again, I think it's because of the cell merger that's coming in from the southwest. That's what's going to do it. So let's just go ahead and assume that's going to be the case. So the location of this new developing tornado is going to be 2 miles southeast of Dover. Intersection, do we have one? North Road 2870 and East Road 720 and 2880, bounded by that square mile. Let's see, once that gets going, again, it's over an area that is not populated. Let's see, we got one little farmhouse. Otherwise, these are open fields again. So all open fields in the immediate path, looks like, for a few miles anyways. All right. So if it wants to touch down an open field and not bother anybody, have at it. Okay. Let me check his feed. Is he still going? No, let's see. Waiting for a signal. Okay. Let's do a storm track on this new position. Now the data had it still moving northeast at what 30 was 35, now it's 39. Okay, so let's do this. We'll call it 35. We'll assume it's going to slow down some, and maybe a little bit more to a eastward jog of northeast. So that's Orlando eventually at 6 o'clock, so 45 minutes from now. In between then, you can see on this path, no major towns. Awesome. So it hasn't quite wrapped up yet. Outbound wind is up around 60 plus miles per hour. Alright, that is at 4,000 feet elevation. So that cell merger that happened, it gave it a little kick, but it still wasn't enough to do it. Okay, nothing on the southern one. Okay, what is this? Funnel cloud reported a minute ago, 3 miles east of where there's reporting center not having exact location. Okay, I don't know what all that meant, but whatever. Looks like he said he saw a funnel. It's fine. It'd be a little finger funnel or something. Not tornadic yet. Here's a little gate to gate here. Broader circulation here. Overall broad. So the what we're looking for basically is this kind of guy here, and between these two, and then overall here between those two, and then overall from that guy to this guy, this whole area. So basically, as far as the radar's location goes, the winds are doing like this. And you want these things, if you want a tornado, you want these things to tighten up and tighten up and tighten up, and that way you have little areas where these colors are bright and touching one another. So Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for this. So let's get the latest. Probability of a tornado is at 31%, by the way, for this guy. Let's see. Tornado warning, new one for northeastern Kingfisher County, northwest Logan County, southeast Garfield. Let's see, storm located 4 miles east of Dover, moving northeast at 35. Tornado in ping pong ball size hail expected. So So if you notice, the weather service had put the track on that one circulation I showed you. But remember I showed you there was two? And if you look at the next stage of the radar, the algorithm highlighted this one over this one. And it's actually starting to occlude here in the reflectivity. So these tracks, although they're pretty good, they're not always going to be 100% accurate, because now we'd have to draw it this way, right? And shift a little bit, and that has a full mile difference. Let's see, probability of tornadoes at 31%. Let's see, chance is still in hot pursuit. Let's see if anything happens out of either one of these with the new data. This intersection is 690 and 2900. Gross. That wasn't the best tasting protein. I think they changed the formula. All right. Rotation getting a little better organized. So we have a large area here in red, a decent large area here in green. So in other words, the broadness has become more well structured. Speeds are up a little, but they're still pretty lame. I mean, they're not that strong. This inbound wind is 29 miles per hour. Southbound wind is about 50 now. So that would be like EF0 type tornadoes should that would occur. We do have some gate to gate here, which is 29 and 32. That's 50 miles per hour. So this is our developing tornado. Might have a funnel at this point. Let's see if I can see one on any of the helicopter shots. No, not yet. Unless it's just too dark, it's not easily visible because it doesn't have a good condensation column. But regardless, that's it. Let's see.
TVSL detected.
There we go. We got our gold color, so indicating that the rotation has increased. That's Penelope protecting the house. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi. Keep all the bad guys away. Okay, she has to say hi real quick. Hi. Okay, you good? Yeah. Say bye, everybody. Okay. That's really all she needs. Very laid back. Okay, so this area of circulation still on East 670 and Banner Road. This is southwest of Marshall, northwest of Crescent. This track would take it into Marshall if it did not deviate. Alright, has a TVS, which means tornado vortex signature. Here's the latest storm track, Marshall 542 now, so that's in 20 minutes. Let's see. I know, just so you guys know, obviously I cannot see your comments when you do leave them. So if you do ask me questions, there's no way in the world for me to ever be able to read them. When I'm covering tornadoes, I just don't have that ability. My whole screen is filled with so much weather info. So I apologize for that. Jody usually chimes in there and tries to help answer questions. And you guys are pretty good at also helping other people out when they do ask questions. So that's good. So thanks for that. And then for those of you folks that have been sending the Facebook stars and gifts on YouTube, man, I really appreciate it. You don't have to do that, and trust me, everyone is appreciated. I see them all, so I do thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to sit here and just watch, see if this thing intensifies or if it just goes to another failed cycling attempt. It looks like it got weaker. See the gold turn to green. So that old one died, basically. So it was trying to create a small tornado, and then if it did, it didn't last very long. It already died. It was a like EF0. And then now the new ones form in its place, this new convergence of these guys here. So maybe it's possible that it tries to form another EF0 tornado. This is, again, Banner Road and East 660. Probability of a tornado has gone up 44%. It was in the 20s there for quite a while. All right, let me check. Where am I going? Northern Oklahoma real quick. Oh, tornado warning up here. Granola. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Just barely in the state. So this is a little circulation center east of Highway 18 by about 2 miles, right getting up to the Kansas border, about a mile from the border. Let me see. Yeah, I just developed just on the north end of Granola, just very, very weak circulation center. 2-inch size hail. Let me see if it went back prior to that. No, there was another area that was warned for, but that didn't do anything. The northern one did. Boy, what a difficult deal to track when they don't even behave according to the warnings. Anyway, so this will be in Kansas here momentarily. It's very, very weak. Let's see. It'd be an EF0 tornado type strength. And it is over trees, bushes, river bottoms, nothing. It's a good place for it. All right, that'll be in Kansas after a little bit and heading up towards Sedan for that track. All right, the one here over Newkirk and Blackwell, just pockets of hail, wind, rain, etc. And that's it for northern Oklahoma and Kansas, southern Kansas. That far northern storm just keeps going. Still more tornado warnings for it, for Toronto, Yates Center, Buffalo, Benedict, Freedom. That's not going to stop. That thing's just going to keep producing tornadoes, apparently. Look at this track of reports here, these little tornado emblems, right? So those are all little tornado signatures that have been confirmation. Okay, so we'll go to southwest Oklahoma again. So this guy here is dying. I'm telling you, there is something in the atmosphere that the models are not seeing, and the storms are having a difficult time. Got a good southeast wind, though. That's usually not something you want to see. This guy here, okay, so this is becoming linearly organized. And that's going to mess things up as far as getting a lot of tornadoes, because it can turn into just a squall line. And with embedded tornadoes or QLCS type on leading edge, but otherwise it's messy. It's just difficult to deal with. And if this track keeps going, let me infer something. There's some echoes down here. So let's just say this whole thing fills in one big line, and then it moves east, all right, to Dallas-Fort Worth later on, by 10, 11 o'clock, midnight, whatever. All right? And that's it. Let's say nothing else expands in this area of Oklahoma, because now this storm system gets so big, so vast, that you have to have sinking air on the backside. And that sinking air then comes in to southern Oklahoma. And then we clear out and we get no storms. Now, could you imagine that being an outcome? Yeah, it's on the table. That's meteorologically possible. And then that way we would have absolutely very minor impact across the state when the forecast had called for the complete opposite. And I say this just to let you know that as much as we know, as good as things are, it's an inexact science, and there's still so much to learn. So even the day of the event, there's still a lot of error that can happen. Okay, so we'll keep the tabs on that, and I'll look at some new model data just to see if that matches my thinking. I haven't looked at anything since we started, today, so I never got a chance to. So I'll have to go look here to see what is expected for the evening. Okay, so Marshall, that little guy just didn't do anything, still falling apart. So that's good. Stay in your shelters, though. Love it, Marshall, Douglas, Lucian, Covington. Stay in your tornado shelters until this storm passes by you. Just in case it does, try to produce something on a short order. As of now, it has not done much of anything. It just keeps trying and keeps failing. Let's see here. Chance is still just driving through rain, trying to get to it. Let's see here. Marshall 540. So, northern Oklahoma, I'm seeing some video, one of the storm chasers, a lot of flooding, which makes sense, and we talked about that. So much rain over there. It just keeps trending over the same areas. I'm actually curious to see how much rain has fallen. So let's do that here real quick while we wait to see if this thing does anything. It's nowhere close right now, so it gives us some time. Let's see, let's do this. Let's restart this. All right, this is 6-hour precipitation. Okay. Wow. Okay, here in the pink area, that's 4 inches of rain estimated by Doppler radar around Jefferson, Medford, Palm Creek, close to 5 inches. From there to Ringwood, Helena, and then from there down to Sealing and Tologa, another 4 to 5 inches. Let's see what else. Blackwell, just northwest of Ponca City, Newkirk, again in this 4 to 5 inch strip. So that's how you can get flash flooding, and this occurs from training of the storms going through multiple areas over and over and over, and then moving very slow. And so that's what we were worried about. Now, ironically, this is very interesting because the breakdown, and this is why I caution you, we use those high resolution models, and it points, say for example, last night, I think it showed one group of flash flooding up here, and then the rest of the group, it had kind of flash flooding in this area. And I was telling you, look, it's good. Basically what you want to look for is what's the message versus the exact placement. Because obviously, as you can see here, this is nowhere near option 1 or option 2. Now, we're not done with the system yet. We still have more to go. But what I'm saying is the model's completely busted and did not see this section at all. But the take-home message was, yes, you can get areas of flash flooding because of the repetitive movement of these storms and the track that we're in. It just happened to line up in this fashion versus, say, maybe in this fashion, or in this fashion. So like I said, as good as the models get, you have to learn how to interpret their output versus taking it verbatim, because verbatim will get you in trouble. So you look for the highlights, the key points, and then you, as the human, can try to predict where you think those will be. Sometimes all you have is the model guidance. Other times you might be able to look at things like outflow boundaries and prior events, something that's going to cause you to adjust it one way or another. Anyway, so that's a lot of flooding rains. And same thing in here in North Texas. There's a red spot here of 5 inches. So tornado warnings up here in red in southern Kansas. Let's see. Let's go check that one we're on the Kansas border. Let's see what's happened with this guy. So that one in Granola moved to the north into Kansas, and then a new one, let's see. A new one at Foraker? Nah, that's radar side lobe issues. Yeah, I believe. Let's see. It may have wrapped up north. And it's funny, as it started, the Weather Service had it where it was starting here, but then that completely disappeared. There's a little noise in here. Again, that could be some side lobe containment. Yeah, I think it is. So that thing's gone already. But regardless, there's still a tornado warning up here, north and west of Pawhuska, west of Hurd, that's going to ride along the Kansas border here soon into Osage County, and then eventually come up toward Caney and Sedan. All right, so what happens this point forward with the storms, right? That's the next thing to analyze. And I may end up taking a break if I can squeeze one out, especially if it looks like more's coming later. So let me see here. This is going Marshall. You guys still stay in your shelters, but this thing fell apart so fast it's not even a former remnant of itself. Great news for you. Nothing to it. Like I said, these storms are having a tough time. There's something going on in the atmosphere today that models did not pick up on that's keeping everything low-key. So let's go figure it out, right? Let's go look at it together. All right, so let's do a little meteorology, because I got to figure out what's going to happen for the rest of this evening. Okay, so no new soundings have come in. Let's see, those are old MCDs. Okay. The tornado watch for the particularly dangerous situation did not pan out so far as of now. Let's not jinx it, but that's good news. Let's see here. That's the Weather Service graphics. We'll skip that. Let's see. Southeast wind. East-southeast wind. That is not good. You do not want an east-southeast wind in this environment. Temperatures in the 70s. The warm stuff, 80s right here. There is a theta E axis. Looks like sweet spot coming in this corridor. And yet no storms. Okay. Let's see here. What are these? I wonder. There should be some gauges up here that I've registered. Maybe if I refresh these, let's see. I have to come back and look at that. Something's off. All right, let's go this guy first. Okay, the dry line. Here's a dry line out here. You have some agitation in the cloud cover, but it's not doing anything. It's not turning into updrafts that are staying rooted and anchored, and it is 5:30. So it's getting, they have about another hour left for this to trigger something. Now, normally, you see how these thunderstorms blossom? There's one there, there's one there, and there's a cluster up here, right? So you can see the tops and the shadowing. And you see this little cotton-esque, blow off. All right, that's all subsidence. In other words, sinking air. That's air that goes down. So the air goes up in this area, and it goes down in this area. It's called subsidence. So that's why a lot of times when you get a big complex of storms, it messes up the environment for the other storms. Today, that wasn't supposed to be much of an issue because of so much lift from the jet stream coming in, which is still indicated by this stuff here. But maybe that's a factor right now, at least in the short term. A lot of cumulus congestus all in this area. Not firing, though. A lot of gravity waves within this, so there's probably still a little bit of a cap because it's not freely convecting. All right, let's go look at the photographs here for Oklahoma City. Photograph is still indicative of supercell storms and tornado producers. All right, let's go to significant tornado using shear. In the mesoscale analysis, favors, of course, this area and where we currently have our storms, but really favors the whole state. Let's see, tornado fixed layer, whole state, effective layer, whole state. Let's go over here for energy helicity index, tilting and stretching. So the atmosphere does say, hey, it's bad news. So what are we missing, right? Probability of a EF0 to EF1 has gone up quite a bit than what it did when we started looking at this earlier today around the late morning. I think it was in the low 20s, and now it's in the 30 to 40% range. If we look at the environment conducive for an EF2 tornado, that went from 0 to 5% to around 10 to 13%. So that's gone up as well, but very, very low. So these are some neat tools you can use to kind of predict how the atmosphere is doing. The CWASP number, again, greater than 80, which means favorable for an EF2 or stronger tornado. All right, let's come back to that in a minute. I think there's something going on, maybe northern Oklahoma. No, still that one there. So that's a little circulation center that's almost on the border of Kansas, south of Hewins, northern Osage County. Okay, we already talked about that one. Let's go to southwest Oklahoma. Okay, so here's that cluster that was coming in. Looks like it's starting to cross the border down here in Granfield. The northern fringe of it anyways. That's about it. Okay. Well, because I saw there was the fire department was sounding sirens in Granfield, and I was like, why? So that was I had to come back and look here. So that's because there's a tornado warning issued. It's not in Granfield, is up here on the far northern fringe, so they're on the edge of the polygon box. So they issued the warning because they're technically in. Like half the city's in the polygon box, which is expires at the end of this box is around 5:35. No, excuse me, till 6. So that would be closer to 6 when something somewhat tornadic could even get there. Now the deal is it's moving away from Granville. So the path is moving this direction. So in Granville, the only thing you guys are going to get is RFD, which is very heavy rainfall and a little bit of hail and lightning and a little bit of wind, as the potential tornadic circulation will be down here, moving in this direction. So let's see. So Electra and Folks across the border, that will come in through Wichita County, passing west of Burnett, and then over the Oklahoma state line toward Ranlet at some point here in the next hour or so. And you have other storms down there, etc., etc. But nothing overly impressive on radar as far as tornado production. Okay, so let's go back to where it was. Okay, so we're looking at the mesoscale environment for tornadoes. And in the mesoscale environment, in other words, all these indices and parameters that we use is, yeah, we should be having a lot of areas dealing with tornadoes. We should be having more of an issue than we currently are having. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, 21. Okay, so our high resolution HER model says that we should already be having a line of tornadic thunderstorms all the way from Oklahoma City southwest down 44. And then expanding up north toward Tulsa over the next couple of hours through, what time is this? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So a lot's going to have to change in the next hour, because right now this model has overpromised and severely underdelivered. But you can see it blows it up. And these are all little helicity tracks all within it. So again, according to this short-term model, that's again supposedly our best, it's still saying that the show hasn't even started yet. Okay, so let's look at some HACARS plots. If I have them. So Dallas down there today, still capped. Their cap increased a little bit. So they're quiet, which means those storms that arrive later on tonight will probably weaken. All right. Let's see if I get lucky and get like a Tulsa in here or something. No. Let's try one more. No. Okay. So this is a rotation product summary, which shows a convoluted mess of embedded rotation within this stuff up here in northern Osage County. And then we've got the one storm we tracked down here for a while. And rotation down here into northwest Texas coming in toward Wichita Falls. So those are our strongest rotation centers for storms here for today over the last hour. Let me go over the last 4 hours and see how this works. So 4 hours, you can see some rotation tracks from all that stuff up here. And then, of course, that big one here, little guys here. Now, remember, this is low to mid-level rotation. Doesn't guarantee a tornado, obviously. Now, when it's stronger, in other words, these values go up higher, then that probability goes higher. So remember right here, we had a little sweet spot for this guy, which we think it produced. And down here, there was a couple times like it was producing. There was one up here somewhere. I can't remember where it was. And then, of course, the recent stuff here and in Kansas. Okay, let me see. Did you guys get going? Yes, you did. Excellent. Okay, well, that's not very helpful. Well, I was hoping this would work, but maybe not. There we go. There's some data. 21. I don't know what this is. Okay. Let's see. By the way, this is just a back end of my my weather app, so I can see all the users out there, and I can see new messages, right? So I can just sit here and select a large area if I wanted to. So I can say, hey, let's notify everybody in this region, you know, this little polygon, that there's a storm coming or a tornado coming or something like that. So I've used my weather app. It's called AT's Weather to Go. It's free, Apple, Google Play. And then I can highlight on select groups. Maybe I'll select all these groups. It says 5,000 or 58,000 subscribers, and I can send all of you a message all at once and go, hey, got something coming. You might want to seek shelter, kind of a deal. It's just, I don't really often use it much because I'm just so busy doing everything else. It's hard for me to remember. There's so many other things that I have to look at that I just don't get a chance to do it. So the warn on forecast, too many requests. So the server bid it earlier today and they never got it back up and running. That's too bad because that's a really good tool to use, especially for an environment like today. All right, let's look at some data. Let's figure out what's going to happen. Oh, let me look at that storm real quick, Marshall, before I go down that path. Yeah, this thing's still raggedy. Let's see. Nothing. Outflow dominant. Okay, we got a new one here in Dover, popping up. Got some new stuff here in Caddo. Oh, maybe that HER was onto something, just a little misplaced. We'll see if this stuff all of a sudden starts blowing up. Let's see what the data says. Okay, so let's go to the newest. All right, there's where it says that stuff does blow up over the next couple of hours, and also starts bubbling up across Dallas-Fort Worth, which has a pretty good cap, so I'm not sure that's going to happen unless it's elevated. Into southern Oklahoma, these all have helicity tracks with them, and some of these have helicity tracks. Okay, that blows up. Just massive rain with pockets of wind and hail. So in this path, looks like the tornado threat is much lower because it's overnight, for one. And number two, as a squall line, you'll have your QLCS baby tornadoes along the leading edge. And you might have an occasional embedded supercell, but it's not like this configuration where you have big supercells one after another that produce tornadoes. Of course, it hasn't really happened yet today, so we'll see. That was that guy. Let's take a look at the NAM here. Alright, let's see how it handled things. It's supposed to have storms all over central Oklahoma right now, and it does not. And then they continue to blossom through the evening down southwest and northwest Texas through Tulsa. Second round, late night round, gets going around midnight across Texas. Skips most of the state, kind of hugs the southern counties. And everything vamooses, falls apart in the daybreak hours. And then Sunday afternoon, rebound of some storms, southeastern third of Oklahoma. Hail, wind, probably a couple tornadoes. And that moves in Arkansas and northeast Texas. So this model is out to lunch in the short term. Will it be correct in the long term? Meaning, in the next hour, are we going to get a nice blow up of supercell storms producing tornadoes? Let's go to this guy here who also completely missed it. He had supercell mania that did not materialize. Let's see here. So it's got that. Actually looks pretty good on that aspect. At least it from lunchtime onward, it looks like it did pretty good. All right. It also says that things kind of blow up. They come across Texas through Lawton and come north. And we had that one storm that did that, and then it fell apart. But it does keep it going and produces more. Here right over the metro, Felicity tracks. And that cluster moves north, and that another one, southwestern Oklahoma, moves in to midnight. And you get these little squall line deals going. Additional storms, even more. Just, these models will not stop the rain. Let's see. Sunday evening, more storms in southeast Oklahoma and Arkansas, tornadic in nature. And then some little northwest flow event cluster Monday afternoon. Those can sometimes produce tornadoes because it really helps to change the shear direction very, very well. So in other words, you have a southeast wind component at the surface, and then that wind turns around like this and like this. So you have a nice spiraling staircase really quickly. Now, problem with this one, sometimes you have a moisture issue, and so it can be high based or whatnot, but we'll see what happens on Monday. I spent zero time looking at Sunday and zero time looking at Monday because everybody was all focused on today. Let me see, anything else? Do the wrap. So it also blows up storms I-44 corridor here in the next couple of hours. And they move through midnight onward. Oh, it is too early to be getting tired and yawning, man. If I have 6 more hours of this, I'm in trouble. Pop me a Red Bull. Okay, so from the available data that we have, all the models are still going gangbusters for this evening. They are not backing off, and they have plenty of rotational characteristics with them. All right, so that's a look at that. Let's go back to the views of what's out there. We'll start with our storm that didn't do much. Lucian still has an outflow dominant feature with it. So it's got strong wind with it. Still some hail, decent hail signatures. All right, let's see. Got some new stuff there again. Hennessy and Kingfisher. El Reno. A little shower activity. Let's see what's happening with this. Let's take a look, shall we? It's falling apart. The opposite of what these things are supposed to be doing. It's this guy right here. He was supposed to hang in there, go gangbusters. Oh, he's what's left of. That's where that shower came from. I thought it popped up by itself, and I was like, oh no, that's the remnants of what was once a storm. Oh man, I honestly hope the models bust horribly for this evening and tonight. I'm just not in the mood to stay up and track flash flooding through 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, or deal with tornadoes either, as I'm sure you would say the same. Alright, let's go look at the southern Oklahoma activity and the northern Oklahoma activity. We'll go north first. Alright, we still have a little tornado maker in Osage County that moved into Kansas between Hewins and Elgin. And these are really transient. And there's a little side lobe contamination from the radar, so that's not even real on this part. One was sighted at some point because it has a little purple polygon with it here a couple minutes ago. This is a tornado warning for central Chautauqua County in southeastern Kansas. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Elgin, or 8 miles east of Cedar Vale, moving northeast at 25. Man, we've been mentioning those two towns, or Cedar Vale, off and on now for several hours, seems like. This county cannot catch a break. So be in your shelters if you live in this area. If you know someone in that area, make sure you give them a heads up. All right. Outside of that, this little Buffalo storm's still going with a little tornado warning on it. And looks like that's it. The southern guy here for Oklahoma. Let's see. At one point, there was some rotation noted by something somewhere. But it just disappears as fast as it tries to appear. So the issue out here is radar coverage. That beam is at 9,000 feet. So you can't get low enough to see what's happening at the lowest level of the atmosphere. So those type of warnings are a little bit more on the CYA variety because you can't actually see the data. Let's see, we're at 5,000 feet here, so that's a little better. Let's see, let's change this to that. Yeah, they're just little eddies and little reflectivity notches. That's it. They've been doing that all day long. And so the difference is that there are two different Weather Service warning offices, and this is covered by a different office. So, excuse me, the northern office did not warn on this type of storm when it was over here in northern Oklahoma. And this Weather Service office is warning on it. Okay, so let's see, that takes care of that. Let's go to southwest Oklahoma. Okay, so this is our storm south of Granville, just south of the border. So a little enhancement in velocity data on the other side of Texas, northeast of Haynesville. That's about it. These storms are behaving for the most part. Okay, let's take a look at the wind field. You know, because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this time to, rest my fingers. Wind shear still looks pretty decent. Actually, had a little bit better directional shear in Oklahoma City than it did earlier today. Down in southwest Oklahoma, let's see. Ironically, their shear is all more southeasterly. They don't even get to turn with height. So actually, their shear isn't good at all for tornadoes. All right, let's go to northern Oklahoma. Well, let's go northeast Oklahoma because I changed. Actually, no, I didn't. Oh, this isn't going to be any decent because it's behind all the storms we had. So it's a little messed up. They did recover, though, a little bit. All right, so this is what I do. I'm going to sign off here for a while and stretch my legs, all that kind of stuff, regroup. Like I said, we are supposed to be seeing widespread supercell proof storms already and plus at any minute, all from Oklahoma City down the Turnpike to Lawton, and it's not happening, which means so far the models have busted horrifically. They do anticipate, or they still are all in agreement, that we're going to have more storms as we go through the evening and overnight tonight. we'll see. So I will continue to watch things off and on. If it looks like we'll start to get more tornadoes, I'll come back on. Until then, again, my weather app's free. Apple, Google Play. Download it. It's called AT's Weather to Go. You can track radar on that. It's got storm tracks, has lightning. You can click the little arrows on the storm. It'll tell you what's inside the storm. You click on that box that pops up. You can do your own storm track with estimated time of arrival. It's all kind of stuff. Just play with it. Touch it. You won't break it. And then I'll just kind of keep an eye on things. Well, thanks again for tuning in on this extended live tornado coverage. And I'm sure we'll do it again here soon. All right, take care, everybody. Be safe.